Come on. Hello, Brina. Yeah, we play Final Fantasy 4. Come on. We destroy. Did you know? And then we will do some things. Maybe we should do a talk with Shakespeare. Do you think? What do you think, Brina? What do you think, Igla? Come on. Tell me. Tell me. Come on. Oh, yeah. What, ninjutsu? Come. We have to finish Final Fantasy. And then we have to pay the do you know? Goose Game. Yeah. Shall we talk with Shakespeare? And Obsessi? Come on. I will ask Obsessi if we wish to. Ooh, it's Rydia. Come on. Oh. Dual viewing? Isn't this illegal to dual watch? Like, won't someone take away your viewing revenue? Come on! My sense of humor is very wacky. Come on! Wait a minute. Come on! Let me write. Come on! Okay. It does, but you know, like I want to buy the hand tracking thing, you know? If I had a hand tracking thing, I could move my hands. You know? Does that make sense? So, I would encourage you to become a Patreon and help me get like a hand, you know? I could... Ninjutsu? We destroy! I will move this. I will be able to potentially get a hand tracking device. Do you know a hand tracking device for VTubers? It's true. Uh-oh. Kuraha? I do it with my mind. It's true. I do it with my genius. Come on. And now we destroy the bad. What? Are you big fans of Final Fantasy? Kuraha? Let's go. Boss! Meteor! Ooh, the next one. Okay. This is going to be the next one we're going to play. Uh-oh. Ninjutsu? Flood. I destroyed the ball. Look at this. Come on. I destroy. Kuraha! Oh, I type response. Yeah. Ooh, strong. Yeah, I heard. I answered. Oh. Woo! No! Come on! Tundaga! I destroy! I did a mistake. I made a big mistake! This boss is more hard than the one before. Come on! What is this? Hey Lucy, can you explain to me why in Poland we don't have that many insane conspiracy theories compared to the US, like Queen and Tier stuff? Ooh, we sort of do, actually. You know? Like, keep in mind, like in Poland, the far right is already in charge, okay? The far right is already in charge. So many weird theories are pushed as like teachings by the government. Do you know what's happening right now with the Prawo i Sprawiedliwość? Like the lie that the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was basically an unified culture like Poland, you know, treating the Polish-Lithuanian Rzeczpospolita Obojga Narodów as if it was like a nation state, basically, like horrible lies like that, you know. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense, Maciej? Like, keep in mind that the far right in Poland, the government, is looking closely at what the far right is doing in the US. Like, the Polish government openly supported Trump in the election. The Polish government said that the election was probably stolen, you know? Things like that. You know? What do you think, Maciej Kaczorowski? You actually have like a duck in your name, which is funny. But yeah, does that answer your question? Or no? Like, Maciej, tomorrow I'm gonna debut a stream channel, you know, that's gonna be, I'm gonna have my first stream fully in Polish about the situation in Poland, you know? I will link it to you. But yeah, tomorrow I will debut my Polish language channel. Hmm? What do you think? Will you tune in tomorrow for like a the first Polish language stream about the Polish political situation? Would you tune in into something like this? Are there many? I don't think there are many Polish trans streamers, to be honest. Like, I don't think there are many. I think I might be the biggest Polish trans streamer. So I'm building an English language channel, and now I have realized that there is a big need to create like a Polish language one, because Poland is like in a ridiculously horrible place now. Like, it's like incredible, like how bad it is. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's me. Come on. Yeah. I'm like the biggest streamer. I had the biggest, yeah. We're gonna have like a talk with Shakespeare soon about things, you know? Whoop. Oh no. This is so difficult. Oh. Ah. Come on. I have to focus.
Hello.
Hello, hello. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. So, what did you want to talk about?
I want to talk about big projects, but well, let's wait for like uh Obsessive Forge.
Yes, definitely.
I'm getting my butt kicked by a boss. You know, because
Oh
I'm
yeah, and
live as
what
well.
game?
Final Fantasy IV. Do you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look. Like I have my stream open as well.
Okay, let me
Yeah,
see,
check it
'cause,
out. Check it out.
I'm being told that they cannot hear what's being said, so I don't know how to fix that.
Hmm? Who cannot hear?
Brina says that if I don't think that she can hear you.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Hi.
Wait.
Sorry, I'm in the call too. Hi, I'm Obsessive Forge. How's my audio coming through?
Oh, I know. Okay, never mind. I know. This is my fault. I think.
It's all your fault, Lucy.
No, it's not my fault. No, it's okay. It should be okay. Say
Turn
something.
the volume up, Lucy.
Say something.
Hello?
Yeah, okay. Okay,
Hi.
so we
Hi,
should
Brina,
talk.
Brina, can you hear it now? Okay, good. Okay, they can hear now.
So, like,
So,
let's discuss our big
Wonderful.
projects. Let's discuss while I try to defeat this echo. I'm hearing an echo. Who is this? Who is making the echo?
And now we've created a tunnel.
we've created a rip in the space-time continuum now.
This is always part of it, isn't it? This is just, it's part of the content.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
This audio. It's true. Okay, I know I must make the game less loud. Okay. Who shall start explaining our big ambitions to the audience?
I think
Well,
I think I've talked enough, so
Obsessive
well,
Forge.
I mean, I do want to just start by saying how happy I am that we're actually doing this. Just because I got to hear you talk a little bit about your project and what you're working on, and the introduction to this book that you're writing, and I just got so excited because I just ended up reviving a research project of my own that I feel like has a lot of overlap with the work that you've been doing, and I'm really hoping that we'll be able to sort of help each other out. In particular, what you were talking about, it sounds like maybe one of the books that you're looking at right now sort of talks about how discourse around genocide has sort of evolved over time. I'm really interested in like talking more about that. And yeah, sort of at the core of all of it is Lucy and her push for more love and solidarity between content creators and people that actually want to get some stuff done out here on the Wild West of the internet.
Yeah.
So I'm Obsessive Forge. You can call me that. You can call me Obs. You can even call me Secundar. It rhymes with thunder. And I'll let Lucy take it.
Yeah. So, like, we can discuss the topics of dehumanization, like the thing like making what makes the classification of the other, and what we can do to break those barriers down in a meaningful way, so we can do activism both on online and on offline, across borders, regardless of identity, like breaking down those conceptions of thinking that if someone's experience is different from our own, then they do not belong with us. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense.
Yes, and I think that. Oh, I can hear an echo again.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure because apparently people can't hear on my stream, so I am so.
Okay, so
I just want to check in with the chat.
let's work it out. And I'm gonna what?
So
Okay.
it's there. It's just for some reason it's just not.
It's
I don't
like
know.
the typical streamer problem.
Yeah, pretty much, because like it was working a second ago and now it's not
I'm
working.
actually gonna share. I'm going to share out like the microphone that I'm using, Elgato Wave One. You know,
Uh-huh.
it has a software attached to it. Like it's the main reason why you buy this microphone. It has a very nice software attached to it that basically allows you to control audio really, really well. You know.
Okay.
I'm gonna send you to the chat that we're sharing. I'm gonna send you like a screenshot of how the software looks like, you know?
Okay.
Like you have the control over what you hear, what the audience hears, and all those different, as you can see, you know?
Okay.
Do you see?
Yeah, I see it. Waves link.
Yeah, it's like really neat.
Audio troubleshooting.
So ever since I've gotten that, I have managed to rein in the audio a lot more, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And this mic is fairly cheap as well, actually, for what it's like. It's like was like $70, $80, I think.
Okay. I'm looking at the troubleshooting guide and I'm so I'm still having issues. I don't know why.
It's
Sorry,
okay.
I'm so
Like
bad at technology.
you know what they say, we spending time and then we can get in deep into the topic. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
it's all good. I'm getting my butt kicked still, so your troubleshooting like takes the attention away from the fact that I'm getting my butt kicked. Okay.
This is also a great time to like the stream if you haven't already.
Yeah, and become a patron. You know.
Let's see.
Also, this is like the opportunity to repeat that tomorrow I will be wanting to premiere the channel that will be in Polish because Poland has been going really in a really bad direction and it has intensified because of the independence like this whole the independence celebration thing, you know, a group called Młodzież Wszechpolska, the Polish youth, went to the streets with their like fascistic signs. They burned like a trans flag and many other things, you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Really, really bad things. The Polish government trying to export to abroad this fiction of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth being like the putting Poland creating the European Union, the first one, like you know, terrible lies being pandered, you know, really bad. Like there's a lot to get into, you know.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Okay. People still can't hear me. I yeah, I am where is that though? Like is that software I have to download, I guess? I'm unsure. Sorry, I'm really just
What do you think, Obsessive Forge?
like I like it worked on Twitch last night, so I'm a bit like, oh, why isn't it working now that it's you know, I don't even know. Like it's like I keep changing where it goes to, but it doesn't do anything. Uh
I
Sorry.
Could it be a simple function of where the Discord call is?
Oh, I guess let's try it. Do you want to try it on your server, Lucy?
ye- I think that voice chats are for some reason because there's some rework and they're blocked right now.
Okay. Well, here, I mean, if you guys are both in my
I think we are. Are you?
yeah,
Obsessive Forge?
Sorry, am I where?
In
if you're
Shakespeare's Discord?
I don't believe I am.
Okay, let's create an invite. Invite sent. Easy.
Okay, let me take a look.
Okay. I'm gonna wait to hear with you, and then we can switch to the call with Shakespeare when you join. Okay?
Okay, I have
I think my big problem is
cord.
yeah, you are here. And my big problem is that I ran out of MP on my Lunarian person. You know, this is my main issue.
Okay, I'm gonna switch to the antechamber.
Yeah, let's switch. I'm gonna go there as well. Hello, hello.
What a pleasure it's been to take this journey with you.
It's true. It's like a real giggling moment.
yes,
Can
definitely.
anyone hear us, every one of us, like right now, and giggle?
Are we doing better?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna end my stream and then just I'll just share your stuff later, okay?
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Like, we're gonna end stream right now, yeah?
Yeah.
So if you need later, like, to make like a segment or anything from what we're doing here, I will like share the material with you, okay?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, like, really, I'd just love to get a conversation going. And
Yeah.
if we can, at some point, figure out how we want to rope everybody into that, bring our audiences in on it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, should I continue what I was saying before?
Yes, please do.
Yeah, so like I would like to break down those sort of barriers of this idea that if someone does not share the exact same experience, that they do not belong to a group. Like when sometimes, for example, drag queens are being excluded because they are not quote unquote trans people, so they should not be advocated for in the same breath, which is ridiculous in my opinion, you know? Like we should be fighting and advocating together, no matter if we share the exact same characteristics or identities, you know? Does that make, sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
And I think we can do this, and we can change. And I also would like our actions to not just be strictly online, but for us to unite and create projects that would have real results in the real world, you know? What are your thoughts?
I agree completely, especially because like one thing that I was sort of mentioning was that we cannot look at things as though they either we have to make sure that we're always contextualizing things, and I think that that's one aspect that when I was talking about the fact that we work sort of or we would work or that we do work in sort of in an interdisciplinary way, that goes to the fact that we it's necessary for us to sort of have that engagement, that culture of engagement that is often forgotten for many people. So
Yeah, like I like to say recently that there is no such thing as they. There is only us, you know?
Casual MB exclusion yet again.
It's like,
No, but I actually agree. I'll just let Lucy continue.
uh, so yeah, I think we should like, we already started working in a really amazing team. Like, Obsessive Forge is like part of this team. And we sort of have at least a few projects that we are working on. Like one of them is a pretty long term, big scope video game, you know? And we're like, yeah, we are looking for people to cooperate with and to create amazing things with this solidarity mindset in mind, you know? Is that accurate, Obsessive Forge?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's like when you brought that up on stream the other day, and you were sort of saying, there is no they, it's all us. That like a big part of that did sort of tie to having to have a more holistic understanding of like what it means when like I mean I think you used the poem first they came forward, then they came forward,
Yeah,
then
yeah,
they
yeah,
came
yeah,
forward, and
yeah.
sort of saying that
Yeah,
like
yeah.
we actually need to move past that and to an understanding that sort of
There is us, you know. They came for us from the very beginning, you know.
exactly.
Because I
um
think, yeah,
and to me this ties directly to the idea of like a culture of genocide, of it being a kind of thing that it's not just like a switch that gets flipped, but rather like a whole bunch of conditions that need to be possible and present in order for you to in order for you to move through these sort of like stages
yeah,
to a point where like we generally are able to describe something like post hoc
yeah,
as a genocide. And then we get very bogged down when we're trying to describe something in the moment in a like, can we act yet? Should we do something? What do we do kind of way? There's all of this discussion that we're kind of like getting mired in that only seems to really be useful in the hindsight.
yeah. And I also think that there's this trap, especially that I think once again I keep talking about it like the nation state has like sort of created in us, that with this sort of um, how to say need for fake unification, if that makes sense, you know. I think
Yeah.
I think that we should celebrate our differences, but without turning those differences into barriers between us, if that makes sense, you know. Like, I think there is a way to celebrate our differences and also share our differences with one another, you know, to make those things that we can share, that we can exchange between one another, and not use them to build walls between one another, you know. There's
Yeah.
yeah,
It's like, to me this is like this is a key piece of building a counterculture to dehumanization. Like we have several avenues by which we're kind of asked to funnel ourselves down one route of dehumanization or another, dehumanize each other, dehumanize ourselves, and dehumanize like entire groups of people. Um,
yeah,
but it's kind of only by like addressing each of those things individually in a way that forces you to stop categorizing people by like sort of individual categories that you've been handed, and start to sort of see that like there's a multi-categorization that you can start to move into, and the more categories that you start to like see a person in, the more they sort of become an individual to you, and the less you're like conditioned essentially to like see them as someone on the outside to you.
Yeah.
But it's like every incentive is pushing us in the other direction to like not do that.
Yeah. And this
And so
is
this is, yeah.
this is what we must push against. You know?
But I think Lucy and I are probably rambling a little bit.
Yeah.
I want to hear from you.
Shakespeare.
Is that how I can address you? Shakespeare or Shakespeare?
Yeah, Shakespeare.
Shakespeare. Just
Not a Shakespeare?
Like so one of my name is kind of like Shakespeare during his lifetime wrote his name in so many different ways.
right.
And so that's kind of like what I wanted to do as well. Is like, oh hey, well, there's no like the way how we have it now was like decided
Hello,
on
Moho.
at one point.
Sorry,
You
like
know,
I
so.
said to the hello to the chat.
Yes.
I died.
Oh, do we have a chat? Okay, we're live. We have a live.
Yeah, we were live. Like my stream is up.
Goodness gracious. Hello, gigglers. I didn't know you could all hear me.
Yeah, and then I'm streaming to Twitch because it just somehow works when I stream to Twitch, but not to.
It's okay. It's like how you call it, diversity of tactics.
Yes, very
It
much so.
just
Yes.
works.
Yeah.
Well, hello everybody. I'm the third voice. I'm Obsessive Forge. They them. That's me. But yeah, really more than anything, what I'm most excited about is to hear just a little more about your book. I can understand if you don't want to like spill all of the beans. But
at least 50% of the beans.
Yes, of course.
if you could spare a bean for Lucy and myself each, I think between our two beans we might be able to rub them together.
Good beans.
What's kind of your thought process? Yeah, like where are you hoping to take this thing?
So, in essence, what my project is sort of looking at is the beginnings of blood logics, like blood quantum, in particular, limpieza de sangre, as it existed in order to create, the racialization of the Jewish people, and to create, these different kinds, and how it pertains to sort of, like, I think one thing that I mentioned with when I was talking earlier is that, like, the inquisitorial racism that, and this is an actual like term from my research, is that it existed also in Nazi Germany, where they essentially took inquisitorial racism, like up to what point can we say that someone is Jewish? And again, it's all based on this like idea of blood being reified, etc.
Yeah, we talked
and
about it
fetishized.
during last thing when we talked about documentation of your Jewishness.
Exactly. And so now we also see it as well, where Israel, it's like who it accepts as being Jewish is also based on that logic. So it's like this weird inquisitorial collection of logics being used in order to determine like who is a Jew, who is not a Jew,
Yeah.
but also being used in the, and just like how that has led to other racializing like epistemologies and stuff like that.
Which leads to a very weird situations, like in which the place in which we go for the dinners, the rabbi told us directly, I believe you when you say who you are, but I sort of, technically speaking, still need the document.
Right, right. No, and see, I remember being told by someone that it's like, well, if times were bad for being Jewish, then there's an inclination to believe you. But if times are good,
Yeah,
then
but
I
the
just
problem
was.
is that, technically speaking, in Poland, the times are actually not that great to being Jewish.
Oh, right. I mean, and I would argue even in the United States, in a more general sense, like
Like,
this
it's like,
person lived in a
yeah,
because like for example the person that said this to me is a person who's lived in a Jewish community in the area around New York City their entire lives. So
right.
like their idea of like, oh well, oh well, our community is accepted. It's like, well, yes, your community might be accepted, but like as I was explaining, like in Mexico, like they have essentially erased us from a large part of history.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that and that's also part of my work too, is trying to acknowledge the fact that there has been this erasure that was part of a genocidal project, right? Like and that's why, I do study and I do learn to, research about like genocide and think about what that means in greater context because of the fact that one thing that my work definitely takes into account is that, like the Holocaust, it cannot be seen as an aberration, but rather as something which exists on this long trajectory of European anti-Semitism that
Right.
has had multiple iterations, of which the two, perhaps the most infamous, are the Inquisitions and then the Holocaust. And to sort of
Yeah.
note the similarities between their logics, like particularly when it comes to determining when you stop being a Jew and can start being considered a Christian and blah blah blah.
Yeah. And
It's
later it
important.
became when you are part of the nation and when you are outsider of the nation. You know?
Right.
That became the foundation to the modern day anti Semitism and the creation of the term itself.
Oh, right, right. And that was, of course, because the person who came up with it said, we must stop hating Jews on religious grounds and stop hating them on racial grounds.
Right. Oh my God.
Which, but again, like that comes after you already have this racialization of Jewish people,
Yeah.
in the lead up to 1492, where it
Because,
was all.
yeah, sorry,
Mhm.
sorry, I let you finish.
No, no, no. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Because I just wanted to say that history is like this continuum of events. It's like,
Mhm.
in order to understand a point of history, um, you usually have to trace it back at least like more than 100 years, 200 years, to see how things developed to end up in the point that you are actually analyzing.
Mhm. Right.
This is how my grandfather would teach me about, grandfather, I need to learn for school about this period of history. And he would say, oh, to talk about this, we need to go back to history 200 years and then set the stage to the period that you are actually discussing at school.
Right. Right.
It's like, it's all
It's
sort
like a
of,
really beautiful way of approaching it, and probably difficult to appreciate as a child, but like, oh, if we could go back.
yeah, yeah. It's important because, as I can see, many people in the US struggle with the concept when discussing racial relations, for example. If the concept of going back and seeing how things from the past um, affect clearly the present.
Right, and that is something that like the United States is really really bad at, because they always try to look at it as, well, now we're in a post-racial society, and it's like, according to whom? Like who? Like, uh,
We did it.
yeah, yeah, pretty much, and then it's like the little Dora song, and it's like, no,
Dora the Explorer?
yes, Dora the Explorer.
Well,
Um,
I explain.
uh, And that is part of like the issue that we see is that the people who want to pretend that the people are trying to use um, this flattening and erasing of the fact that there have been differences that were created and established historically in order to then oppress the same people that they use those differences to oppress, right?
Right.
And so that is what we see now, where it's like the people that say, "Oh, I don't see race," or the people that say, "I don't," blah blah blah. It's very easy
Usually,
to.
usually
Yeah.
when people say I don't say race, what they mean to say is I don't really see injustice based on race, you know?
Oh yeah, pretty
Uh,
much. Yeah.
but let's Moho says so like I'm a noob to Christianity, right? Because Moho lives in Japan, you know?
Hmm.
And Moho says, but like don't the Jews only believe in the old part of the Bible? And yeah, the Jewish people have the Torah, and the Torah is what is called the Old Testament in
Some
Christianity.
people call it old. I prefer first edition.
Right. Well, see, it's interesting because the way how it's like in Jewish studies, the way how it's understood is that it's the Jewish Bible and then it's the Christian Bible.
Right.
Um, and the reason why it's important to distinguish that, or at least how one of my professors put it, he's like, what's so new about it, right? When it comes to the New Testament, he's like, it's been 2,000 years,
Yeah.
it's but the point being that it's Christians that claim that there is continuity between the two, but of course in Jewish thought they don't
Well, they don't
see that.
because
Yeah,
the New
exactly.
Testament is sort of just like a, mm, well, how to say, well, a separate thing that it was just, made for the separate religion, right?
And in fact, that's something that the early Christian fathers actually argued. Marcion is the one that comes to mind because he was the biggest proponent of this, where he said we should stop trying to write everything so that then we can, I guess.
I'm pretty sure there was the idea of just for Christianity not having the Torah as part of it.
Right, yeah, and that's Marcion's point, is that like we should just completely stop trying to make everything like, oh, it's a Jewish Messiah, it's a blah blah blah, like, oh, we're trying to get because many people realize that like Christos and all of these concepts, like the logos that comes in St. John's Gospel, are so I mean, again, this is using the language of the time, so
Right.
alien to the Jewish religion, and even calling it a religion is very fraught with lots of problems.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but that it becomes quite clear that there is a historical bifurcation, right? That it like for example, like the first text we see of Mark,
It is.
which was where we're in Syria, as you know, they weren't in Palestine, they were in Greek-speaking communities, um, et cetera, et cetera. So that is one reason why, in terms of biblical studies, Jewish studies, and Christian studies, particularly Eastern Christian studies, there is this view that like yeah, there was a time when Christianity, if we can even call it that, or whatever the Jesus movement was,
Yeah.
before it became Christianity, was just like an addition to Judaism, we could
Yeah.
say, to Jewish philosophy. But then as it became more and more Hellenized, it became much more different, and that's where you see the definite break that Marcion argued,
Yeah. For example, and
Mhm.
people don't even believe me when I say this. At the beginning, like Christianity had things like the Shabbat, etc. You know, it
Mhm.
was just later discarded. But at the very beginning, Christianity did also observe the Shabbat, etc. You know.
Right. And you one thing too is you also have the fact that the gospels, you have the three synoptic gospels, which are the Mark, Matthew, and Luke, are written using Mark, or like whatever Mark, like Mark as the like Mark uses its own text, which it bases its stories on, and then the Matthew and Luke use Mark and then add in their own stuff later on, and then Luke is completely different, and that's where especially Eastern Christianity really, well, Christianity in the East, I should say, like in the Byzantine Empire, really begins to separate away from the more Jewish aspects of it, I guess one could say. Because, for example, like one thing that doesn't jive well with Christianity is the fact that Jews believe in reincarnation, right? And that isn't a Jewish, pardon me, that isn't a Christian concept. In fact, most Christians, if you were to, ask them if that's part of their, belief system, would say no. Like they usually think that that's something that belongs to like Buddhist thought or Hindu thought, but it's
Yeah.
in Jewish thought. So I mean, it's part and parcel of the story of Matan Torah, or the giving of the Torah. So, so yeah, like I said, it's a very complex issue that
I'm losing again. But yeah, of course, you have also the Islam, and the early
Yes.
Islam that treated Jewish people as like the siblings of the book, well, the Bible, because
Right, and it seems to generally be this sort of very one-sided association that's much more convenient for the younger sibling.
But I mean, but you definitely do see. I mean, and this is me because like I actually studied in a yeshiva, and I actually, and like all of that stuff. Like, so for me, just looking at it very, like I can definitely see the connection between Islam and Judaism much more clearly than the one that is said to exist between Christianity and
that's.
Judaism. And I think.
Oh, sorry to interrupt.
Oh no, go ahead.
I don't have that much to say, but like there's the linguistic similarities, the way that certain things that used to be pronounced in Hebrew are still pronounced in Arabic, certain
Right.
sound like Aleph, Ain, the
Right.
like the one that you pronounce from the throat,
Mm-hmm.
So that's my
Like
those are my
Al-Arabiya, like
two
stuff
two
like that.
cents,
Yeah. Yeah. No, and that is true. And of course, that's the problem when you talk about biblical Hebrew and modern Hebrew. Is like modern
Yeah.
Hebrew is so distant from the biblical one.
It's
But,
Europeized a bit, no? The pronunciation at least.
yeah, especially because the Ashkenazi pronunciation sort of became the standard.
Yes.
So you have things where like the letter O becomes the sound oi, so it's like it's not
Yeah.
Torah, it's Toira,
Like for example, there's also like the double letters used to be like our teacher explained to us many like such details, like the double letters used to be pronounced, but now they are not pronounced anymore because like the European pronunciation, there are special markers that would mark the letter doubling, and I think the letter is still doubled in Arabic,
Right, and like for example, it's like if you're writing Nicki Minaj, for example, you would have to put like a Zion with a little diacritic mark that sort of notes that it's like it's the j sound because it doesn't exist in Hebrew itself, and blah blah blah. And one thing that modern Hebrew does is that it actually took away from the diversity of pronunciation and understandings that the other Jewish languages have, right? I
Yeah.
don't want to say had because that's definitely
Of course, like I've actually heard that there are people that use the standard pronunciation, but amongst the local groups actually also use the more diverse pronunciation.
Yeah, no, that is true, especially when you consider like, and again, I'm just going to use the state of Israel as an example. It's like because you have like Moroccan communities, because you have Iraqi communities, Persian communities that did not not that the state of Israel is not trying to Ashkenazize them. I guess that's one way to put it. That's definitely the case. And you see this particularly in terms of like getting them to dress more like Hasidic Jews or ultra
Mm-hmm.
Orthodox Jews when it comes to their own more
Although, like,
religious community.
I used to not know the Hasidic branch at the beginning itself did not accept Israel because, you know, the return to Israel is supposed to happen after the Messiah has returned, you know? So it's a
Right,
bit of a
and
conflict.
right, and that's the reason why you have, anti-Zionist, ultra-Orthodox Jews who like don't never get their birth certificates, and in Israel, etc., stuff like that. But one thing that I do want to note is that Israel isn't doing anything to promote those. In fact, Israel made it illegal to speak to exist in, as I prefer to say, exist in Yiddish when it first became a
Yeah,
state.
it's a reason why. There's a reason why Isaac Singer was not considered like a welcome person in Israel when after he had declared that his language of writing is Yiddish.
Right. And that is also true to the extent that like a lot of Ladino speakers were kind of just like, oh, well, we're just gonna, just speak Hebrew, we're gonna I don't know. Like there's a lot of issues with that where
And
like
I think personally that it's a pretty maybe like it's like pretty ironically enough anti-Jewish sentiment because like the Jewish culture is very plural and very diverse and trying to sort of make a unified nation state like thing out of it is like very counter to what it is, you know?
right. And the funny thing is that like if you read halacha, like if you read like poskim, like actual rulings that are made by rabbis, it's like they actually are take into account the fact that there is such a multiplicity in like
Yes. Yeah.
like for example when it comes to like um different parts of if you were in a religious community were tended to be headed by some kind of community leader. In the Sephardi world, a lot of time they were called nagidim. If it was in the Ashkenazi world, a lot of time they were tzaddikim or rabbonim or rebbes, as they also are known. And for we have an example where a man who was a German Jew, where it was common for them to shave their beards, was a kosher butcher, went to go live in Russia, and then he was going to be under another jurisdiction. And they said, but he's a German Jew, not a Russian Jew, or
Yeah.
however they said it. And they said, so even though under our rules, like he should grow out his beard, in order to show Yirah Shamayim, or fear of heaven, then we have to exempt him because he was not, like his culture is different from ours. And I think to me that is something that the Zionists want to try to get one hegemonic
Yeah, this is like a
Latin culture
poison.
is
Like this is poison to try to flatten and homogenize into one nation, you know?
right, especially one that oppresses other members of the
Yeah.
like in the nation state, right? Like for
Yeah.
example, like if I can just give a quick example and then I'll give over the floor because I feel I've been talking too much, but
No, it's like great.
is that like
Yeah, it's just like I've just kind of just been like absorbing it all because it's like a feast for the mind, right? You've
Yeah,
you've
yeah.
just been like going all over the place with all kinds of like amazing connections.
well, thank you. And one aspect I want to mention is that like the chief rabbinate of Israel, which um, is again, this is the problem in the state of Israel. The there is no wall of separation between synagogue and state. They are one and together, which is
Mhm.
why religious parties tend to be kingmakers, so to speak, in Israeli elections. But regardless, is that when the Ethiopian Jewish community was seeking refuge, what ended up happening was that so in Israel there are two chief rabbis. One is the Ashkenazi chief rabbi, and the other one is the Sephardic chief rabbi. And when they were trying to determine whether or not these Ethiopian Jews were Jews, the Ashkenazi chief rabbi said no, they aren't, and so therefore we don't have to save them. Like no matter whether or not they claim to be Jewish, no matter blah blah blah, etc. And in fact, it was the intervention of the Sephardic chief rabbi who said, "Well, then I will take them under my purview, as under the Sephardic chief rabbinate." That and in fact, most of the minority, so to speak, if we might imagine it like that, like the not hegemonic forms of Jewish culture and Jewish legal traditions, etc., are all underneath the auspices of one of the chief rabbis, whereas the Ashkenazis just get their own separate one. So it was because of his intervention that that they were able to do, I believe it's Operation Magic Carpet. I could be wrong, but where they went and sent planes to go save the Ethiopian Jewish
Right.
community, which were being held ransom. And so again, you have this weird where it's like, well, these institutions get to, it's these institutions that get to determine who and who is not Jewish, and it's like,
And of
one,
course,
even though Ashkenazis make up a minority of the people in Israel, they make up,
Yeah.
like I said, if I remember correctly, it's every single prime minister Israel has ever had has been Ashkenazi. So which is troubling on its own.
me there are like two aspects of
the-
this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like, would you like to hear? Yeah. Or should I speak?
No. Tell me about these two aspects, and then I
okay,
wanted to
okay.
kind of connect to this idea of like homogeneity, monoliths, and the kind of like flattening that comes out of
Okay, so
the push for assimilation.
the two aspects are like the one aspect that from my sort of getting into my roots, my heritage, so to speak, is like when I visited those dinners. Like for me, it was great that you can clearly see that Jewish people are a community, but a diverse community, that is not exactly like, it's not homogeneous, there are people of many ethnicities, quote unquote, races that the people spoke, oh, this group sings so well, we love this, we love that, and that is sort of is contrary to the homogenization of the Jewish people, And on the other hand, you have a bit of like the troubled history of the Zionism, that many people that entered the Israel government started in many nationalistic, militaristic groups that sort of made this distinction between the good Jewish people who are nationalistic patriots ready to die for the country, and the old type of Jewish person that is weak and basically a anti-Semitic stereotype of a Jewish person, Does that make sense? Like
Yeah, it
there's this
definitely does.
troubled element to the history of the formation of the Israeli nation state, Like many people who entered the government were part of highly militarized, highly like they adopted really aggressive and oftentimes like antagonistic against the Jewish people who are not nationalistic enough, not militant enough, that those old weak Jewish people basically were responsible for allowing for quote unquote allowing the Holocaust to happen to them,
Right, and in fact, that was something that when survivors did arrive into the state of Israel, like when they were absorbed in, they were seen with contempt because of what they had suffered through. So
Yeah.
like now, whereas Holocaust is sort of weaponized in many ways to try to, use anti-Semitism and claims of anti-Semitism to sort of wipe away, any issues that people might have with the state of Israel. It's like, but they were the ones who mistreated the people who had just survived,
Yeah.
like so so again, you do have that where you have the idea of, I mean, in a way, it is the adoption of a lot of the reason why I think, to me, it's appropriate to use this term is because in the ideology itself, particularly if you read like Jabotinsky, but even if you read people like Herzl, it becomes very clear that it's this kind of almost fascistic obsession with creating,
Yeah. Nation state.
Exactly.
This like the whole idea of like the new man and the
Yeah, the
Übermenschen
new
and
the
all of
new
that.
Jewish person. That is the
Yeah, exactly.
that is
Yeah, and that was a
exactly the term used.
huge thing. Yes, the new Jew who was going to be tanned and muscular as opposed to the pale and
The weak,
you know.
this is like shocking to me that the old Jewish person was described as weak, greedy, trying to, like all of the anti-Semitic stereotypes, all the anti-Semitic descriptions,
Right, and all kind of stemming from like a presupposed essentialism that's like
Yes,
necessary to
yeah,
be
yeah,
able to
yeah.
make these claims about these groups in the first place. And that kernel of essentialism seems to, when filtered through the in-group and out-group dynamics of like a growing fascistic movement that is using those to sort of continually define who are we, who is them, who's on the inside, who's on the outside, that it by necessity sort of gives rise to that in-group tightening to a degree that like eventually you have this very singular sort of like representation of like what the ideal is, what we will be willing to accept, and everybody falls short of it.
Yeah. And this is also why I was very happy when Shakespeare said, was talking about going back to the way Jewishness used to be, like a international community that is not tied to being a homogenized nation with like a nation state,
Right, yeah, because this is also like, this is one of the things that I was thinking as we were going through this, is that like the nation is really
It's a
just
prison.
one of it is a prison, and but just one of the prisons that we are invited to define ourselves by. It's like it requires this sort of definition of a unified national identity and things like that. But then that
It destroys the richness of the culture.
of the
Ironically
culture,
enough.
yes, but then it's like this can also like present itself in other arenas. Like we were talking a little bit about how like religion can often be used to sort of like cross-reference with the interests of the nationalistic party in order to sort of like corner the market on culture and tradition, right?
Yeah.
And to my mind, industry and capital is another axis to this that sort of forces people to define themselves by the value that they are providing to society through
Playing the
the
game of
labor that they're
capitalism.
doing, playing the game.
Yeah, because
Precisely.
like it's not even about the labor. That is the most insidious thing about it. It's not about the labor that you can provide. It's about how much capital you can produce. Because if you're just a laborer, then you're just a cog for someone else that is the owner that creates the capital. Like your
Yeah.
worth is being measured by how much profit you generate, not by how much labor you are able to do. You know?
And like the more that I've read into like social theory and sort of more psychological theory on how dehumanization occurs, why it occurs, the themes that seem to keep popping up are sort of along these lines. Like one of the theories that I've been looking at sort of describes this as being as humanness as being something that can be denied basically along two axes. One is mechanistic dehumanization, and the other is animalistic dehumanization, with the basic idea being that like in one direction you're denying traits of humanity that a lack thereof makes you more like a machine, versus things that would force us to sort of like push you more into the group of being like closer to an animal. And particularly on the mechanistic side of that, so much of the terminology that comes into play, looking at things like how are people objectified, how are
Right.
people like we talk about instrumentality, the way the manner in which a person becomes a means to an end, or fungibility, the degree to which you can see a person as being replaceable with an inanimate object or like tradable in some way, disposable in various senses.
Yeah.
And it's like this layer of dehumanization is this like, I refer to this as the robot. I'll back up. I'm working on a project to kind of try and synthesize these ideas called alien, robot, demon, animal. And so what I just described, the sort of split between mechanistic dehumanization and animalistic dehumanization, that's looking at two of those archetypes, the robot and the animal. The alien, I think, is a lot of what we've been talking about as sort of a character that's born out of the invention of citizenship and nationality. And the demon is something that I think is born out of the particular kind of propaganda that comes out of the state affirming a particular morality and basically casting a group as outside of that moral boundary in a propagandistic way.
Right.
Which is it's a propaganda term that's kind of referred to as demonizing the enemy. Demonizing it's like a term that can be thrown around to describe a lot of different things, but it's like particularly when you have the state backing it up and not refuting the claim of a sort of like moral superiority over another group. This is kind of what we call it. And so I'm playing with, because I feel like I'm seeing these themes sort of like repeating. I'm playing with trying to take those archetypes and use them as a way to sort of talk about these things and make some of this sort of very crunchy theory maybe a little more fluffy.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense, and I think we should, like, I will work on it, you know? Do the thing, do the
Yeah.
meme.
And what I'm hoping is that just through that like brief description of it, Shakespeare, that you can kind of see the ways in which I'm hoping we'll be able to sort of collaborate on that and on your projects as well.
Yeah. Shakespeare's still listening, but we'll be right back. Wrote in the chat, you know? But I think this ties very much into which is really good, that it all ties in one way or another into all of the things we are doing, into the solidarity as well. Since if you know how to deconstruct things like otherization, dehumanization, and when you know how those things are facilitated, then of course you have better tools to build solidarity. You know? I believe
Absolutely.
so. So it's like a big project built out of many smaller projects in my mind. You have the overarching project with smaller projects accompanying
Oh,
it.
definitely. And it's ongoing, right? Because it's the like
It's a
the
life
quest of
project.
education never ends.
Yeah, it's like a life project, mega project, and I don't think Miriam would mind if we throw the name Chaotic Poppy. You know, you think it's okay to discuss?
Well, I think you just did, so you better explain yourself.
Yeah, the Chaotic Poppy, the project of basically sharing education and means for people to be able to create projects without the need of expensive and basically to circumvent the gatekeeping of financial and educational, basic mostly financial roadblock to getting, to learning the skills and having access to the equipment that would allow people to create their own projects,
Yes, yes. This is the brainchild of a dear friend of ours, and someone that Lucy's viewers may know, Mirjan Heil, who is an extremely talented producer in various areas of content creation, as well as just a very smart being, and someone we enjoy very
And
much,
a good friend.
and who's helped us quite a bit in getting our projects going as well. And so yeah, the chaotic poppy project is kind of in a sense what's powering Lucy's channel, what's powering my projects, and um, what we're hoping will be able to give us the ability to empower people to launch their own dreams as well.
Yes, we hope you can become part of it as well. Its main goal is to give people the tools that they need to achieve what they want to do, and that includes people to cooperate with. That includes teaching people the skills, the technical skills, and giving them access to equipment that they need to move their, to sort of develop their projects. It's a very
Yeah, because there's like an astounding amount of resources that are more accessible and more available than you think. Information on how they work and how to get them to do what you want them to do is more at your fingertips than ever before.
mm-hmm.
And oftentimes, really, what it takes is just like a little bit of camaraderie and enthusiasm to be like, okay, so this is worth the time now.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what we want to be able to give people the gift of.
And it's like also it's about basically defying the once again the game of capitalism of if your roadblock to making your movie is that you, for example, cannot afford a camera, then we as the Chaotic Puppy are in it together, and we make the movie with you using the camera that we have, Things
Right.
like
I
that.
actually, yeah, I totally agree with that, and that's why when I was listening, I did have something specific that I did want to mention, that you had mentioned earlier, Obsessive Forge, but I'll bring that up in a second.
Sure.
One aspect is that the collaborative effort is literally something that, because of the commodification of academia and the commodification of of education and knowledge, that makes it very difficult for us as scholars to otherwise engage in these conversations. And I agree with the mission statement, I suppose, is what we could call it, of that we're sort of putting out here, particularly because it's related to sort of as you were saying, Lucy, like there's one overarching project, right, which is kind of like this. I would say even that is actually multiplic. Like
Yeah,
it
yeah.
has but
Like the
and
important thing that I want to say is not that it's like one, but it's like that it's all interconnected. That's the most important thing to me, you know? That it's
right, and I
not separated.
And yeah, exactly. And in order to make sure that there is no separation, in order to make sure, or that that we comprehend that there is no need for separation too,
Yeah.
is to have this collaborative effort that makes sure that people who are here to learn and then engage can do so, and then those who have their own expertise and knowledge to sort of add to the conversation, to again, I this is at least how I like to put it, the critical conversation, can do so. And like that's why like one of the things that, like, on my Discord, and again, I'm just mentioning it just because it's something that I want it to like, I saw this on someone else's Discord, and I kind of, but they focused on
Yeah, let's manifest it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
is that it's like they had one type of library, and it was all it was based on biblical studies. And so like they were uploading all of these articles and texts and like academic texts, so that way people would not be paywalled, and people who were trying to
Yes,
engage with
yes,
this,
yes, exactly.
and that's precisely what I think needs to be done, because it's like some of us do have the ability, say, to enter, a sort of institutionalized educational spaces.
Yeah.
But for those of us who don't, and for those of us who want to think beyond just those institutional constraints, it's necessary for us to have this type of
Those tools.
collaborative effort that is made out of not just the learning aspect, but also in really engaging, really trying to get people to really get to feel that not only is knowledge accessible, but that
But it's
it's
for them.
discernible. Yeah, and it's for them, right?
And there's one other aspect that I think our good friend Mirdian wanted to sort of make clear when they started conceptualizing Chaotic Poppy. And that is a thing that I share and agree with, that at the end of the day, there's this myth of some people being more special, almost better than others, And Chaotic Puppies also wants to break down those barriers, to realize that we all have something interesting to say, we all have something meaningful and, precious to put to the forefront, that all we usually like, sometimes all we lack is the tools or the knowledge to be able to manifest our ambitions, our projects that we want to do, And that
And to express ourselves, which I
yes,
think
yes,
is
that we
something
all
we all
have
need.
we all have the right to be able to create what we want to create, and through supporting one another, we can create this atmosphere of realizing that we all have something meaningful and valuable to say and to show.
Right, and another thing too is that it's important that we that we also go beyond the scope of the way in which academia and other organizations have thus been afflicted by this need to
Absolutely.
constantly view itself through competition, right? Like
Yes.
it's about collaboration. It's not about like,
Yeah.
I mean,
Your cachet as a scholar, your clout points as an academic. Um, I think these things get in the way of us like being able to share the ideas that we've come across and the things that we're thinking about and actually move towards like better synthesized ideas.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, like for example, like if I may just give a quick like like Baudrillard, who is when it comes to postmodernist theory, it's like he's like the guy, is he never attended university, right? It's like he was there with the actual the situationists on at the barricades in 1968 in Paris. You know what I mean? And so I think that there's a recognition that I think comes alongside with solidarity and praxis that is the only way that we can work towards reimagining. So work towards, reimagining, and also restructuring the way in which knowledge production is based upon. Because like the point isn't, oh, I have, like as you were saying, like these like these club points, like I don't view it as like I know that when it comes to like say historiography, I might not be the expert in comparison to to say I'm just gonna use this person just because they're well known. It's like Bad and Panada, for example, right?
Hmm.
But I also know that when it comes to when it comes to something dealing with like political economy or something to do with like and its connection to Judaism and Jewishness, it's like, okay, well, I'm here to help. And when it's talking about like the sort of variety of aspects that contribute to say something like a genocide and the othering of people and all of that stuff, it's like my work depends upon um a lot of this stuff. So
Yeah. To me, it seems so much of it seems as though like competition forces us to view each other's excellence through a lens of jealousy and threat and something that we need to overcome or accomplish for ourselves or
Yes.
take from that their success is something that has been taken from you and you need to get it back. But if we can learn to see each other's excellence as something that should be um boosted as like
Hmm.
when you see that like this person is really good at this one thing, um that we should be able to find ways to
Boost each
support
other.
that. So exactly.
right,
um
because I definitely think that that's like at the basis of like the idea of communitarianism and and everything else that we could add on to that as well. It's like
Yeah.
it's we know we all have to help each other and depend upon one another, and instead of trying to be like, oh well, I want to be the first to it's like
The
we
best.
yeah, the best, or it's like oh, it's like we have to own the patent, or it's like we don't want to be Eli Lilly, right? We don't want to
yeah,
be, oh, we're going to hoard the patent for insulin. It's like, no, we actively want to make sure that as many people as
we want to
possible.
open source it,
Yeah.
Exactly.
and
And
we want to
it's
do the
like,
same thing with knowledge production, with literature, and with like all of this wisdom that we supposedly have more access to than we ever have before in human history at our fingertips with our cyborg brains that we carry around in our pockets.
yeah.
So where is it?
And to also discuss a bit like this online space that we inhabit. There's a certain infamous space, the so-called by me Steven Universe.
With the crystal gems and
Are you familiar with the Steven Universe?
I thought some of the songs were pretty good. I heard that the movie kind of went off of the rails with the plot, but what can you do?
So the Steven universe, like this space centered around the person who has basically invented being and everything on the internet, you know, and a group of apostles surrounded by this person.
Wait. I think I've actually heard of this person. Isn't this like a StarCraft 2 streamer that did that Pokemon Plays Twitch thing one time?
Yes. That's it. And the thing is that this it created this strange online kind of toxic clique that sort of is like the sort of thing that we want to do, but almost like the opposite, you know, or nothing like, you know. Does that make sense?
You'll have to tell me.
Like
Unfortunately, I actually don't. I haven't been orbiting the Steven universe.
yeah, which is good because it means that what I mean is basically creating this atmosphere of making content for content's sake, for drama's sake, for revenue's sake.
For click's sake, even.
Yes. You know, that this is not exactly what we want to do, you know, or be. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because it's like we're letting YouTube basically decide how we have the conversation. We're letting the gamified conditions of the platforms dictate the discourse.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem great.
Yeah, when there's like a bit more at stake than the immediate revenue, you know? Right?
Right.
Yeah, and convincing people of that can be difficult.
Right. What do you think,
But
Shakespeare?
I'm actually sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Well, just one thing I wanted to add, if I may, just really quickly, is that one of the biggest hindrances we have to sort of academic, and I mean this in the most general sense, scientific, when it comes to the humanities, the social sciences, et cetera, is the question of again, this goes back to the generalized competition that has been installed into our society and been naturalized for whatever reason. We know the reasons and we live through them, but the point being that at the same time, one of the biggest hindrances to advances is access to money, access to funding, access to archives, access to, you know what I mean? And this is precisely where trying to use whatever platforms we can use to ameliorate that condition, right? Obviously, I don't know about you guys, but I don't own my own personal, laboratory as much as I would love to. But but the point is that it's
listen. Listen. The real laboratory is the friends that we've made along the way.
Yes. No, yeah.
It's like, I don't know about you, but I think I've just stepped into your lab right now.
Dexter's laboratory.
Right. Yes, definitely. And that is, like for example, like I have, my personal library that involves, trying to preserve texts, like when it comes to Ladino, to also have, different academic texts, but it's not like it's for me. It's not like it makes no use for me to just like I'm just one person. You know what I mean? So like when people have asked me like, oh, can I do research? It's like I have another desk and I'm like, hey, if you need to use it, and of course it's not as though I have a lot. Like I don't live in this huge, mansion. I don't live in Elon Musk's supposed house that he doesn't own, but somehow lives in a mansion. But anyway,
it's like the very notion of a private library it's kind of oxymoronic, right? It's a contradiction in purposes.
Right, and the main thing is that it's like it's people that I know, it's people who I know that that if like for if people need to use my like for example, if you need to access databases, or if you need to like there's that Facebook. I don't know if there's a similar, because I know that there's other ways you can access it, but there's like a Facebook group where you can like ask someone if they have institutional access to this to send it to you or whatever. And it's like of a text
Right.
or something, and it's like these are the types of things which help make sure that that we don't just have book hordes,
Yeah.
as the actual original term for library was in old English. It was book horde, but
And I actually just kind of want to take that as an opportunity to say to anybody who's listening, if you are a student and you have access to one of these university libraries, and not to mention just like the immense online archives that you have everyday access to, learn how valuable that is right now while you still have access to it. Because let me tell you, the minute I started needing that stuff was the minute I stopped having access to it.
And
honestly, all I have to say is I cannot stress, my own seconding to that, because it's like literally like the people that underestimate the necessity for online databases for even the most basic of research is just staggering. And this is the reason why, again, these networks of solidarity need to be created, so
yes.
that then we can make sure that obviously it's not like, oh, one day where we're going to end up buying institutional access to a database, but it's part of the way of making so that we no longer have to be worrying about those types of
Yeah,
things,
it's
right?
like
Where we can actually focus on knowledge production.
how to say, because I think it's about pooling our resources and thinking how to best share them for our mutual use. Like, for example, I was fortunate enough that my family basically is quite academically inclined, you know. My grandfather was a professor, which is in Poland the highest, basically the highest thing you can achieve in academia, you know, the professor, a regular professor, which you cannot have test like he did teaching across the world in places like Japan and many other countries. And my father also like collected books. My family collected a lot of books, so I basically have like a couple of generations worth of books, you know, at my disposal. And like I'm thinking how I can sort of share this, you know, share this knowledge with people, you
Yeah.
know.
Right, and in one sense too, it's like I remember, I think it was some library in Vermont, and again, the United States is very, uh, it has it has some issues here and there, so to speak. Um, but one thing that I do remember, and it's like this is if the thing we're looking for is for having control over the means of production, this is a way of trying to get towards that too, is making sure that the resources and the means of knowledge production are also accessible, and are insofar as they are
Of
in the
course.
control of is what is the way how I try to think of it, is that it's like obviously we're not we're not going to own the presses or anything like that
Yeah.
right now, but it is important that in order for advancements to happen, as much mutual aid, as much of these things as even Lenin wrote about, as even Marx and Engels, I mean, even in their own personal histories, sort of prove that it's like this is where you get that. Like Marx wrote Capital by going to the British Museum Library, and having access to that, to their immense archives that they had there. And the net, the person who will, the people are the ones who have always are the ones, like the proletariat, so to speak,
Yeah.
in all senses of that word. Right, the
And
working classes in general need to have access to you know, the means by which they can ameliorate their condition and thus, you know, create the conditions for something better in the future.
And,
And
and as much as I like, for example, like to crap on Poland because it's ruled by the far right, there's one thing that Poland has always done pretty well, and that is how it organizes its public libraries. You know, there is a there is like this net of public libraries in the country. You know, that all you need to do is to gain access to a pretty substantial library, like a collection of books. You just need to visit a library, give basically your name, some basic information. You get a card, and you gain access to the whole collection of many different libraries. You know, for free. You know.
right. And to me that is like that's great, especially because in the United States we have, you know, like there I don't know if you've ever watched Polly People's thing, but like one thing she does is a segment called Hog Hunters, which is
Right.
you know, looking at far right far right groups and individuals who are willing to be out and open about their prejudices. Well, I'll
Oh
put it
yeah,
like
I have not.
Interesting.
and usually, you know, we
Such people exist.
yeah, such people exist. I had no, you know, I had no idea, you know.
Fascinating.
You know, in fact, if anything, now knowing that they exist, we must go and study them. But
And they're not embarrassed?
no, for it seems not.
They seem
I
proud, actually.
Truly wild. I shall have
but
to fetch my field notebook.
mood. No,
I
but
mean, some of them are boys and some of them are quite proud.
yes. So to speak. So to speak. Yes.
Lucy, this Venn diagram you're showing me is a circle. What's the anyway?
Oh my
Anyway,
gosh, have you guys seen that clip of Kamala Harris, like where she's like, I mean, people say that it's because she's like really high, but where she's just like, I just love Venn diagrams, you know, and just like, oh gosh, it's so funny.
I have not, but what?
Yeah, I mean, like, okay, so there are two clips. One is of her being like, "Oh my God, you guys, I just like love Venn diagrams. Like when you have the three circles and you have all the analysis in between, and you know." And then she's like, to the wrong beat. She's singing "The wheels on the bus go round and around" as she's walking towards a bus, like her. And it's just like, oh my God, everyone's like, oh, she's so high right now. Like, you know, she's on whatever cocktail of stuff that you know that she takes. But she's just like so happy. It's just like floating, and you know, it's just like and it's just so weird because it's like I find it almost impossible to not say like the song "The Wheels on the Bus Go Round and Around" in the tune in which it's sung, but she
Right.
somehow sings it in another tune, and it's just so unnerving.
I don't know. You know what? Maybe I was wrong all along. Maybe this actually is the energy we need right now as a country.
It's the world.
Yes, we all need to just be singing "The Wheels on the Bus Go Round and Round."
And contemplating the beauty of the simple Venn diagram.
Yeah,
Yes, indeed,
it's
indeed.
true. Come on.
There's
Yeah.
truly a sort of like transcendental elegance in the three circles and the way in which they contain the analysis.
Yes, yes. I mean, like I said, it's on Twitter. Like these are Twitter videos, and I'm sure they're on YouTube too. But like just when I saw them, I'm just like, gee, she looks so
Did
carefree and
you-
happy. I wish I could feel like that.
Do
Like,
you know that the new thing, we can do some gossip, right? You're up to some gossip, right? We are gossipers here, right?
we're gossiping gooses, yes,
True.
gossiping geese.
So, like, did you know that you've heard? I saw the Demon Mama tweet about how Elon Musk is proposing good revenue for people to upload their content on Twitter. Because Elon Musk is hoping for Twitter to compete with YouTube. Which is pretty funny.
Oh, this is
This
this
new
is
to
an
me.
idea. This is definitely one of the ideas in human history.
Yeah. Like, I think Demon Mama has actually commented on it best. I'm gonna read out the tweet. Are you ready? I'm gonna find it first, of course.
Well, all I have to say is,
Oh, there it is. Are you ready? Are you
Yeah.
ready to?
Before we descend completely into memes,
Okay.
um,
All right. Yeah.
I do want to just quickly say how much I've been enjoying this conversation, and how much I feel like I'm learning. I just want to thank you. I want to thank you for taking the time to chat with the two of us.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, thank you guys. Honestly, I truly appreciate that you guys, found, anything that I said to be of any interest. So
It's like maximum interest, Maximum overdrive, It's true.
Absolutely.
Now, are you prepared? Are you prepared to listen to this? Okay.
What do we have?
Demon Mama answers to Elon Musk is looking to offer YouTubers 10% more than YouTube's revenue split to post their content on Twitter. Okay, and Demon Mama's
Oh, so we're poaching. We're
yeah.
doing some poaching now. Okay.
Yeah. So Demon Mama, who cares if you get a dime more on the dollar if there's no visibility, searchability, no replay potential, a horrible viewing UI, completely broken notifications, and no lasting comment system. YouTube is a video platform, Twitter is not. Even Twitter at the moment. Twitter is not even Twitter at the moment.
Oh yeah, Twitter is something else right now. I mean, like,
Yeah.
what was so funny is that I remember that, like, one of the things that people kept hyping up was when Elon said, like, oh, we're gonna end the whole, like, landed gentry, or, like, lords and peasant paradigm. And then it's funny because it's like the next thing you do, by getting rid of the blue check mark or whatever. And then what ends up happening is that now when you look at your, like, replies, now you have 3 categories, and it's like, what? Like, before there were just 2, right? Like mentions and then just regular replies, and now it's like, now you've done 3, and it's just like,
Wait, what are they now?
it's like I mean, I don't remember exactly what they are, but it's like something verified and then like replies. I forget I forget the first one, but just like when I saw it, I thought, so now we're seeing how feudalism has given way to capitalism. I'm just it's just such a
We
weird.
did it!
And
Yeah,
there's
it's like,
this
Again!
there's this whole spawning of like the fake accounts pretending to be companies, and now all the advertisers just running away because they don't want it.
I mean, in 1 year, Elon made, in terms of the share value of the company, Tesla, 51% of it's wiped out.
Like
Gone.
he
Just gone.
bankrupted. I think he's like, I'm not sure if it will go bankrupt, but he has basically destroyed Twitter in 13 days or something. Oh my god.
Right, and every day it just gets more destroyed.
Yeah.
And not only that, but his excuse being like, hey, we're going to do some pretty weird things at Twitter. It's like, yeah, Twitter's an old platform at this point. Like the whole weird stage was like, back in like 2007, like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like not
we were
now.
there.
It's like, but yeah, instead and then the worst thing, worst thing, I guess, and if you look at it in one way anyway, is the fact that he tied together, by taking out the loan in order to pay this, is that his interest payments on the loan are higher than the amount of revenue that Twitter makes. So yeah.
So not only is he losing everybody else's money, his own money is the fuel for the fire.
Yeah, like he's literally like, okay, well then I'll move some money from Tesla to Twitter, or
Yeah, he did. He sold stocks.
yeah, and then now they found out that, like, oh, he was buying Twitter at like a really really cheap discount, and then also Tesla stuff too, and it's just like just all of this like financial mismanagement and crimes essentially. And so now they're like, we're gonna open up an investigation by the
And the
just like,
weirdest,
oh,
like for me, the weirdest thing of this whole story is that he basically bought a thing that was already functioning more or less. And even if he wanted to do some changes, he could have done just do some light cosmetic changes just to, like, I don't know, to whatever he wanted or liked, and then just left it as it was, you know?
I mean, it's funny, but it's like Twitter worked better when Elon was just like making fun of it. Now that he's in
Yeah.
charge of it, I mean, and it's kind of like someone said, like he had 10 months to think about what he was going to do, and all he thought about was how he was going to come in on the first day with a sink.
Like all he could
Let
do
that
was
sink in.
to fire
Yeah.
people, basically, you know?
Yeah, and not only that, but it's like so many people, like because he fired like CIOs and CFOs and and all of that stuff, and now it's like
And now he's begging
now
some of them to return.
he's begging some of them to return, but now some of them are suing, and also now the FTC is also because they had a directive essentially saying like, hey, you cannot change things on Twitter without I don't say due process because that's
Due
illegal,
process.
but I think you guys know what I mean. It's like you cannot just change things on the fly, and he's been like making them do that.
Oh yeah, you
And
cannot change your name if you're verified or something like that, right?
right, but it was other things too, where it was like the fact that people could impersonate accounts. It's like
Yeah, they do actually. Like the whole.
Making us all
I'm happy to announce that insulin is free now. The thing that makes all the companies pull back, you know.
oh yes, well it's very interesting you bring that up because the largest advertiser, and I'm talking about the one that like literally does the advertising for Coca-Cola, Pepsi, they're like, yeah, we're done with Twitter now. And it's just like I don't think people want Twitter to be a pay for play service, and
Yeah.
that's what you're trying to make it. And it's like all the advertisers are all like, okay, well then we're just gonna leave then. And it's like the largest.
Interesting. There's another interesting aspect that in one of her tweets, Demon Mama has said that I did not know about. That actually, apparently Tumblr is trying to make some sort of return and trying to make people go from Twitter to Tumblr, you know? And Demon Mama has made a tweet saying, if you'd only, stop with the non-safe for work ban, then I'd probably just move to you, you know?
Yeah, it's just I remember the days of the Yahoo acquisition and how much of a like, oh no, this like small and irrelevant fish has eaten this smaller and much less irrelevant fish, but it was very relevant to like a handful of people.
Yeah, and now it's time to make this sort of return by taking people from Twitter.
I mean, literally, if it wasn't for that, I don't think that OnlyFans would have had the type of like.
That's also
pull.
true.
It's like really weird how like
Mass migrations.
Yeah, it's just like capitalism has a weird way of working, and that's why I'm not a big fan of it because it's just like why. I mean, literally, like I mean, like most of the time, I'm not even like like people say I know some economists that are Marxist economists and they're like, oh, how impressive capitalism is, and then I see something like what's happening with Twitter and I'm just like, what are you talking about?
It's like, are we impressed?
I think.
Yes. Yes. So Karl Marx is having this. How do we get? How do we get socialism to be like this? And it's
perhaps if we must throw the capitalists a bone, and we mustn't. But perhaps one could say that of all the economic systems, capitalism is the most spectacular. We get the most spectacle out of it.
Oh yeah, I mean, like literally, like it's literally like it is the definition of memeable. Like it is meme.
Like I don't know. It oftentimes feels like we could be as a species in a totally different place by now. If we did things like if the 10% of people would not hold 70% of the wealth, you know?
I thought it was higher.
It's in the ballpark, you know?
Yeah,
It's like, and then the further you slice it, the more of that is like actually
Plus,
contained
it's
by like some
in.
small sliver of a percentage at the top.
Plus, keep in mind that it's in constant flux and it keeps. The divide keeps getting bigger, okay?
right. And not only that too is that we also have to remember that when we if you grew up and watching or at least this is I remember from this explanation is like there's something called the Google kill zone, which is essentially like people keep saying like why isn't that science or technology isn't more advanced than it already is.
I mean,
And
I
one of
think
the
I
rea-
have the answer, but.
well, I'm just gonna note what this one analysis was sort of saying, and that was that these large corporations go out there, buy out the patents and everything, and then kill the thing that would, because if they were to be successful, then they would be a threat to.
Yeah,
Yeah, because it's a threat to the existing business model, the way that we're doing things, and the thing we've already worked all the kinks out of, and built a shiny assembly line for.
like
And
this
hired all
is.
these people. Competition would be so inconvenient.
This is sort of a thing that I'm not sure if I've said on the stream or before, but that's the thing that I think I wrote it on Discord that um, this is because the this is because of the profit motive. You know, the thing is in the name that the end game, the goal is the profit. The profit is considered to be the end goal, not achieving A or B or C. You know. If you look at the goal as being to achieve something, then you move towards achieving it. But if it's just profit, then it doesn't matter what you do or what you allow to be invented or done. The most important thing is keeping the profit flowing, you know?
Right.
And that is the problem.
And that is especially true when it comes to like this ideology, or rather, how this ideological aspect is applied to the United States, where they love talking about like the small business owner, et cetera, even though most businesses fail. But even the ones that are successful, most of them, like 90+%, only want to get so much success, so then that way they can sell off to something larger.
Right.
So it's like the whole myth of like free competition and the self-made. It's like
And
that's all completely false. Like
keep in mind that try to even like take note and to count how many times when people try to rationalize horrible decisions, horrible moves, say, yeah, of course they would do it. It's profitable, you know? Something being profitable makes it right in people's minds, you know?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, oh, I mean, it's that justification that it's like rational self-interest. It's like,
Yeah.
well, why would we want to create a cure for X if it doesn't, if it, then it would mean that that Merck would go out of business. And
Yeah,
it's like,
exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, it kind of gets you down to like fair enough as
Yeah.
a response to everything. It's like, why should we accept the way things are? Why should we accept kind of getting
Like this is another
continually
problem.
screwed over?
This is another problem. Like when people say, you say that coal mines destroy the environment and want to get rid of them, but what about all of the workers of the mines that would lose their jobs? And my answer is like, ideally you would take care of them, right? You know? You wouldn't just throw them up on the street, ideally, right? You would make sure that they have something else, like, or you would, or you even provide for them.
If we're operating from some like baseline assumption that there are better things you could be doing with your time than mining coal,
Yeah.
then there's gotta be money in it.
Yeah, but it's like this assumption that people are cogs, you know?
Right, and not only that, but going on both of those points is that everything is learn how to commodify and capitalize upon, and it's or allow for someone else to capitalize really
Yeah.
on the things that you like to do that you would do regardless of profit. It's like that is how you ruin, that's the reason why like the rate of attrition for academics. I mean, that's why it's so high. Why most people don't finish their PhDs is because it's like everything is about how do you get grant money to finish this? How do you and
Yeah,
and
the
and all of that.
treadmill.
Right, it's this constant treadmill, and then it's like even when you want to do something just for yourself, it's still, well, we live in a completely commodified world, so you have to commodify everything that you do, even if it's not something that you've ever commodified, in your own way. But now you have to do that as well, and it's just like,
What I've found is that, like, in the nitty gritty of it, once you start to get into the process of, like, okay, so the money's been promised, you've got people who are going to help you get this thing across the finish line. When their stake in it is the investment, that starts to then define what the product is that you're creating.
Oh yeah.
oh yeah,
It's you're building it around all of these constraints and assumptions about what is going to be worth this money.
right, and I mean that's exactly when, I mean that's why a lot of people will use related language, I would say, in order to kind of say the same thing, but in essence, like for example, like let me actually say something that it's like I'm not saying that this isn't important, but they will use optics as a kind of catch-all term to essentially mean you have to find a way to where you can say X, Y, Z to maximize profitability, to maximize,
Yeah.
the out
Marketability.
marketability, exactly. And it's kind of like for example, like with what we were talking about in terms of or rather what I should say is like when talking about like transgenocide and all of those things, it's like that's not something you want to make marketable. You know what I mean? Like that's not something like
Yeah.
the last thing you want are, like that, like that's not the point. Like we're trying to have an academic and critical conversation about this topic, but
Yes, you can only sort of like glitz and glam it up so much before you're being disrespectful.
Yeah.
right. And that's the reason why I have an issue with, like let's debate this, and it's like how about we don't debate, the
Yeah, how about we learn something?
Like this is
yeah,
something
exactly.
like this is another thing that we have talked with Mirdian a few times, that the people often sort of miss the steps when it comes to debate, that what people think is a debate is actually a thing before debate, like there are some things that are not up to debate, like you can debate on, for example, how to best implement trans healthcare, right? What would be the best steps to implement trans healthcare? But whether or not trans healthcare should be implemented at all is not exactly a topic of debate because it's fact,
And you know what? Let me just append something to that really quickly. It's like Deborah Lipstadt will say, I will argue with people about this or that aspect of the when talking about the history of the Holocaust, etc. But I'm not going to debate whether or not it happened because it happened. You know what I mean? And that's one of the things is like people think, well, just talking about to someone who disagrees with anything, it makes their opinion or whatever they're trying to get out equal to what you're saying. It's like no, 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 no. That's not how
Right.
that works. Like I'm not going to like that's why it doesn't matter to me like any specific like person, or it's more the concept of like, well, these are how genocides happen, et cetera, et cetera. Again, not to get too much hung up on that topic, but it's like that's what's most important, not oh well, there's this drama with Destiny because he's saying
Yeah.
that he doesn't like eating turnips and on Sundays or something. It's just like, okay, well, who cares? It's like we're
And it
focusing.
kind of dilutes the stakes of engaging in things that are really, really consequential.
Yeah. It turns into like, as someone said, this is why I told, this is what I alluded to the Steven Universe thing, that treat those things sort of like, basically like some sort of play, like a reality show entertainment thing, that they are sort of divorced from it at the end of the day. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
So-
no.
Mhm.
I mean, to me, it seems as though that's how one naturally ends up following the Steven Crowder business model and content sort of production strategy.
Oh,
That it truly is entirely
Bonnell.
just out of a desire for spectacle, right? That
Yeah.
it's like the YouTube algorithm being entirely agnostic to engagement, that like positive engagement and negative engagement are all equally someone's interested in this, right? It's like taking that attitude and applying it to real life
Right.
to make content for YouTube.
Yeah, it's like when for someone has famously said during a debate on campus that we should have a resident fascist squad on the university campus. Like that was an opinion. If
If there's
you,
one thing I know, it's that fascist movements and student bodies are like one of history's greatest combinations. Just like peanut butter and chocolate there.
yeah,
Right?
you should just have those
We love to
fascist
see it.
groups that you could debate, right?
What
Like,
could possibly go wrong?
like, apart from that, it actually misses the fundamental point of what a university is supposed to do. It's not supposed to, it's not a place for like internet-like debates. It's a place of learning.
See, that is the problem with this kind of view that like, oh, well, the university has to uphold, these like essentially like internet debate rules to the point where some university I want to say it's probably in Florida. I probably. But it's like the guy who runs the like the I mean essentially he's like an avowed white supremacist, blah blah blah, and he actually says it white, like, so he's like that. And his
He's
name
like
is Jared,
that, huh?
yeah, he's like that. He's his name is Jared Taylor, and he hasn't spoken in public for like decades. And it was only this year that he finally was like, now I like the university will protect me, and they did. They protected his where he was going to give a speech, and not only that, but they allowed them to discriminate who got to go in or not to see him. So it's like, well, then it's not about free speech at all. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's never actually about what they say it is.
Yeah, it's
They just
not,
use
of
that,
course.
right? It's just used as a cudgel to do away with the speech that they don't want, or with the ideas that they don't want. So that then they can propagate their ideas under this aegis of oh well, we're just asking questions, we're just blah blah blah, academia won't talk about. It's like, well, maybe the reason why we don't talk about it is because it's false, like,
Yeah, it's because it's nonsense. Like, the role of a university is not to peddle nonsense and to treat it like it's like on equal terms, like with established fact. Like.
I mean, it's kind of like, okay, it's kind of like there's this business school. I want to say it's probably in Florida too. I'll just
Florida's just the worst lately, isn't it?
I mean, like, literally, I couldn't go multiple times because
It's all right, Lucy. Florida isn't real. It can't hurt you.
I mean,
Florida
it can't hurt me, but it sure is hurting a lot of trans people that are living there now.
yeah,
Yeah, it is.
that's true. But one thing though is that the business school gives out, like, business schools are very well funded, like very well funded, because essentially they're like,
Really?
because they're like they're like neoliberal shill.
So how does it?
I wonder why that might be.
Me too. You know what? Gonna have to look into that a little. See maybe why that might be.
But like one of them, which I think had a huge donation from, you know, some billionaires, of course. You know,
Some.
who would have thunk it, right? But essentially, like they have a degree in leadership. Like you go to the business school and you get a degree in leadership, and I'm just like, well, what does that even mean, you know? And then it's like you go into the classes and it's like, we're gonna watch like literally one of the classes that they mentioned, like they watch PragerU videos, and I'm just like, that's not an education. Like, that is literally the opposite of an education.
Yeah. It's like misinformation, literally.
But
Yeah.
this is the misinformation that gets you the little slip of paper that you can show people that says, "Ah, yes, I'm officially accredited and qualified in leadership."
And leadership at the Elon Musk School of Business.
And I mean, just look at him.
Oh yeah,
He's got to know how to lead, right?
yeah, he's such a genius. Like seriously.
He's Tony Stark.
Yeah.
But in real life,
Yeah. I am real. I am also in real life.
I mean, like literally, it's like
I'm gonna need a source on that, Lucy.
it's like
I'm sorry.
oh no, go. It's okay. I was gonna say like the amount of money that lawyers and you know, like I don't know, like it seems like all of his wealth is just gonna be transferred from like one group
Good weather.
of already pretty wealthy people to just like another group of very, but it's just gonna be like lots of lawyers and stuff like that because it's like all of the court cases that are gonna be brought up against him because it's like. And like someone said, oh, well, what if they do a class action lawsuit? And I'm like, they will still try to sue him individually, you know, 6 ways to Sunday.
Right, and those will be the ones that get the big payouts.
I'm
Oh, yeah.
sorry, who is going to be sued by President Sunday? I'm sorry.
Elon Musk. Elon Musk, you know.
President Sunday is suing Elon Musk?
Yes, he is suing him for, you know, cardigan.
Cardigan damage?
Yes, cardigan damage and intellectual property theft.
Ooh.
So unfortunately, I do have to get going here in just a little bit. But
This has been
just
like a big talk, you know, like a TED talk.
yeah, if they let more than one person on stage. To really jump back to like basically the beginning of this discussion, Shakespeare, you were kind of talking about the way in which to try and paraphrase it, the fetishization of blood as a kind of like a marker of racial identity and the way that can kind of be extrapolated. It really actually kind of got me thinking about the history of phrenology and the sort of like the very cringe obsession with the shape and dimensions of various human skulls that ended up kind of like forming the basis for a lot of what we describe as like quote unquote scientific racism, the tradition with which we're saddled that we are like kind of still unpacking in academia.
Oh.
And I have a paper on that I actually would very much like to send to you because I think it may be of some use to you. So I just wanted to give you a heads up. I'm going to try and scan that and get it over to you.
Perfect. I thank you so much for that. I appreciate that.
Oh, before you go, right? I have to say something very important, okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Before you have to go, like obsessive or like for anyone who has seen any of the pre-made, like of the edited content that I put up on YouTube, Obsessive Forge has been helping me a lot. This has been kind enough to create the music themes that I use for the videos and also the intro and the outro that are in the videos. They are really amazing, you know?
It was absolutely my pleasure to do, and it's like one of those tiny little things that is like one day spent on working on an asset that you can put in every video, and it feels like it does a lot to kind of like define the channel identity.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know
really great.
if you do anything like that, Shakespeare, but if you want to talk sometime about like concocting something like that, I would love to help out.
Oh, well, then, yeah, definitely. I would be glad to talk about that because I definitely do need that for sure.
That's
Yeah,
exciting.
love
I
and
would love to do that.
solidarity. There you go. Yeah, love and solidarity in action.
Amazing. And anybody on Lucy's stream that's not subscribed to Shakespeare, get on over here, gigglers,
Oh,
and vice versa. We want all of you movers and shakers over at the Giggle Pod.
yeah.
And
Yes.
that's my cringe plug shill moment. And with that, I'm gonna bid the two of you adieu. I hope that you continue to
Adieu.
have a lovely conversation. This has been like
Adieu.
really nice.
Yeah. Adieu.
And it's been lovely to make your acquaintance, Shakespeare.
Thank you. The honestly, it's been an honor getting to speak with you.
That's very sweet. I can't wait to do it again sometime.
Well
Okay,
then.
take care.
Okay. Now you must see how I get my butt kicked, okay? Are you ready for this?
Yes, I'm watching.
I can't
And I'm
believe
taking
this.
notes.
Can't believe this bots is so hard, you know? Like, bleh, you know? Do you know what other thing like you will be glad to hear? Like the Jewish official, I'm not even sure what the name in English is, like the community, for the lack of the better, the official community, you know, that still exists in Warsaw, you know? The main body that is basically that represents the Jewish community in Warsaw, yeah? It sort of took a big role in taking care and organizing support and giving supplies to refugees from Ukraine.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
That's
it's
great.
like a really big organized thing.
Yeah, no, I definitely know that, that has, like, for example, I know that that a lot of like, at least that I know of in California, that like a lot of food pantries that require, like, sometimes food pantries in certain parts of California require you to live within certain cities. So like even if you're homeless, you have to prove that you're homeless in that city though.
Oh, damn.
So
That's a
it's like this really
pretty,
weird. Yeah, it's a very strange
it's pretty
system,
wacky.
but like I do know that there are a lot of like Jewish-run food banks, and among other things that they do, they also do a lot of community service, some of which I've even participated in, where it's to provide food where they do not have to do that, right? Where it's just like if you
Right.
need it, you can have it. And they also do this for the Jewish community as well. So it's a kosher pantry.
Oh,
So like students that are Jewish that may not be able to afford kosher food because a lot of times
right.
it can be very expensive.
Kosher ice
They,
cream.
oh yeah, kosher ice cream, a lot of stuff like that. Like unless you live in a very Jewish area, like in New York or in California, and again, only if you live in an area that's like very Jewish, do you have like enough competition, I suppose one could say, where the prices are low enough where you could afford stuff. Sometimes, not always, but yeah, like they also do like challah delivery, for Shabbat, and they
Oh,
also do different things like that. It's like the amount of stuff that they do both for the Jewish community and for everyone else is always seen as like one united project. Like we all have to be okay in order for all
yeah.
of us to be okay. And I think to me that's something that I very much
I've actually heard that there's one thing that is, no, well, not the state itself, but there's been an emergence of something pretty interesting in Israel. You know, it was the creation of those communes They have a specific name in Hebrew. You must have heard of them, right? Those,
Seem.
there's like those communes of people that live in like certain little communities that basically are self-sufficient and do basically everything within them. You know what I?
Yes, no, I know exactly what you're, and a lot of people like to say that that came from the Bundist and also the labor Zionists, as they are often called, um, because a lot of them started off as agricultural kibbutzim, and
Kibbut,
now, and also,
kibbut, I think it's called or something like
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. The singular is kibbutz, and then the plural is kibbutzim.
yeah. If it thinks,
Um,
I think I don't know that much about it, but it sounds like a pretty nice thing in concept. You know?
It's like for example, everything is done communally, and some kibbutzim are based on more of an industrial, like where people collectively work in an industrial
Mm-hmm.
aspect. But most of them, a lot of them tend to be agricultural. And so one thing that like an example that I know just personally is like they go like different people, and this also challenges gender norms too, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Like they specifically, like when this one was founded, it was founded to break down a lot of those aspects, and I can't remember what it's called though. But it, like, where men do cooking and blah blah blah, you know what I mean? So it's always
Yeah.
been more, it's always been a more progressive kibbutz than some of the other ones, some of which can be a bit more conservative
Oh.
sometimes. Some, like, it's a very it's
So
because like it's because like the nature of Israeli politics has changed over, so it's become, I mean, much more openly right wing, over time. So
yeah. So what do you think of the concept?
I mean, I think to me it's like the idea of having, I mean these also exist in like Denmark and in Mexico as
Yeah,
well. But the idea of having like these communal
I
areas
think
where
it's
everyone can.
nice.
Yeah, I mean, like for example, like something like childcare is something that is handled communally, and that is often a thing that, because of reproductive labor, means that women cannot participate in the labor force, or other things like, and so by doing things communally, it also makes sure that people, and again, this is obviously in the most idealistic sense too, that they can, have their needs met, be able to focus on, and also show how they are an important member of the community. Like the community cannot exist without everyone working together. And I think to me, that's where,
Exactly. And I think
the
like this
value
is
lies.
like this is why I've been talking to my mom about that the post 1989 Polish people have sort of become more isolated, and I think this is like the nature of the capitalism system. Like the people become more isolated, become more do not communicate with each other as much. Like this is like after all, if people are divided, then they become more dependent of the systems. That makes sense. If you have communes, if you have communities that work together, provide for one another, then playing the game becomes much less of an immediate need to do.
Oh yeah. I mean, like that's why a lot of people, particularly who tend to be, identify themselves as being more on the left side of the spectrum when it comes to politics, tend to live in kibbutzim because of the fact that, it aligns more with those values that they hold. You know, and like I said, it depends whether it's a, industrial high tech one or a agricultural one, but the oldest ones are the agricultural ones, and those have always been, um, a place where things like education has been taken, at a much more serious level, at least from what I've read anyway, because of the fact that, you know, the needs of the entire community are taken into account. Like,
Yeah,
it's like, well, this community has to have doctors, it has to have teachers, it has to have, so children who show, that's what they want to do. It's like they are, instead of, oh, and again, it's not a perfect system because we still have capitalism, but it's like the fact that there are places where around the world where they are given the chance to focus on things that are necessary to the community, but also that are fulfilling to themselves. Super important. Super
Right,
important.
yeah. Like we need doctors, so there's this element of we need doctors, so we encourage you to become a doctor.
Right, right. Whereas opposed to, it's like, well, doctors make a six-figure salary, so
So become
let's
a
make.
doctor or a lawyer.
Yeah, 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 exactly. And and then I mean that's the reason why like so many people go to business school now, because it's like, well, someone like Elon Musk is the richest man on the planet. It's like, yeah, but the amount of people that are the richest whatever of the planet are a very small minority compared to the people who are failed business people.
Also,
Like,
keep in mind that this is also another trapping of the game of capitalism, because if the profit itself becomes the goal, then being the richest person in the world becomes basically meaningless. It becomes just numbers on screen, or just numbers in your account that are the bigger number than you will ever need in your life, realistically speaking, and nothing will be done with the amount, you know?
right. I mean, it's kind of like when Amazon recently got the penchant of being the first business to lose $1 trillion in market value, and it's like, people say, oh, what it isn't blah blah blah. It's numbers on the screen, but it's like, but still, I mean, those numbers on a screen, if they could be put into liquid assets and all of that stuff, imagine all of these important issues out there that
Exactly, that
could
could be
have
solved.
been.
Like we could be on a totally different level technologically, probably, you know?
But instead, it's like, ah, well, since they made this loss, now we have to make sure that, Jeff Bezos pays zero taxes because of the huge
Exactly.
loss. It's
Yeah.
like, what? Like, that doesn't even make sense.
Or Disney wants to use Mickey Mouse forever, so we need to have those kind of intellectual rights laws, you know?
Oh, yeah. I mean, those are just such a strange thing because, I mean, essentially it forces other countries to have to conform to, and in this case, it's a weird outlet of imperialism where U.S. imperialism becomes very apparent when it comes to intellectual property, because essentially it has to be handled using like American definitions, right? Because like
Yeah.
uh, that's kind of how the game goes, and it's just, I don't know, it's such a strange aspect.
And so it's like it's like a thing that is part of pushing against, is part of what we do, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason why it's like discussions and things, the reason why they will always be multifaceted is because by definition it's capitalism isn't just a one item thing. It's something that encompasses our entire lives. And that's why like trying to build solidarity, trying to do all of these things is always something that requires as many people as possible, right? Like it demands a communal aspect to looking at everything. And when we're looking for, you know, ways of expression and ways of interaction with other people, it's like we have to also try to be critical. And this is where I think it becomes important to think of the fact that we need to also be actively aware that we do not want to fall into those capitalist logics ourselves.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
it's something we have to work against, because I mean you see it in people like like people that you mentioned, right? Steven Universe and all of that.
Yeah, exactly.
Where it's like, well, I get it that this is your thing, right? Like this is your, but it's like it's if you literally start being whatever the market, as it were, tells you to be, then are at what point do you end and the market begin? You know what I mean? It's this really
Yeah.
weird interaction that I think people, in fact, this morning, I was listening to Bloomberg and they were talking about like the market knows what to do.
Oh
And
gosh.
it's like, what? Like the market isn't a person, like it doesn't have a
Exactly.
mind, but it just shows the way in which capitalist ideology is so embedded in the way how we think that it expresses itself in that way too. And it's just
Yeah.
so strange to me. So strange.
The invisible hand will fix everything, right?
But what's so funny about that is Adam Smith in that book, right? In The Wealth of Nations, I believe it's in book 3, he talks about how much he hates landlords, how they're like a feudal remnant that needs to be exterminated. Like, I mean, I can't remember if, I mean, like that's kind of like I don't know if that's the exact wording, but it's something along those lines. Like he describes them as parasitical, right? Which I think is like considering land rent the way how it worked back in the Middle Ages and in the late Middle Ages in particular. It's like it's funny that the person who like everyone shills is like, oh, the founder of capitalism, if that even makes sense,
The
was like,
founder,
yeah, but
the Pope of capitalism.
yes, the Pope of capitalism. That somehow it's like they miss the part where he's like, yeah, but also we don't need landlords anymore. It's like, oh well, we conveniently didn't listen to that part, and yet here we are now, and it's just like, I mean, this is the reason why I said like I find studying comparative constitutional law really interesting because like certain um certain constitutions have like specific laws that say like for example the Mexican Constitution, which I have right here, is
Right.
that it specifies that all minerals, all the water, all of the mountains, all of the land, et cetera, is all the patrimony of the Mexican nation.
Also, you said something interesting that the Mexican Constitution has several pages, while you mean the U.S. Constitution does not have several pages?
Yeah, no, yeah. The U.S. Constitution is just like a tweet. I mean, like for example, like they literally have whole streets named after Article 123, because it says every person has the right to um like dignifying work that is socially, useful to the point where it will be not enforced, but like it will be enhanced attention and care will be made so that there will be the creation of jobs and the social organization of labor.
Speaking of constitution, did you know that the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth Constitution was like the second one after the US one? Like it's like the second in the world, I think.
Wow, that's.
It was created
I mean,
in order to save the country. And there is a historical myth that is that the historical lie that has been created around it, Because the constitution does not mention the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth by name, nowhere, One of the historians concluded that it must mean that the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth stopped being the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth with the creation of this constitution and started being the Polish Commonwealth, which is a
yeah,
lie,
yeah,
Well,
that's wrong.
It's
That's
like
very,
a
very wrong.
reinterpretation, and it has been repeated a few times. But I'm glad that I have seen books that have corrected the record on this. That you have to be careful on how you approach the sources, because some people see that the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is not mentioned, therefore it means and insert nationalistic, conclusion,
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, like that's why I think that, like that's why I like to compare a lot of these things and look at historical examples, because each one of these things shows the sort of palimpsestic nature of like a lot of people like to think that like one day there will be a day when like now we're in socialism and blah blah. It's like socialism
Right.
in the same sense that capitalism was already within the feudalist system because it would soon overtake it, right? It's like, those understandings are things that have been developing throughout the world,
Yeah,
and
and of
in some
course,
places.
capitalism is in a very specific position because, as we know, as the biggest proponents of capitalism know, capitalism succeeded in the biggest capitalist countries because of the theft from other countries, because of basically um, colonization,
Yeah,
because of
right.
colonialism.
And then neocolonialism, and then imperialism, and that's the
I,
reason why when people say, well, all countries should just compete, like, and kind of view it as a competition of equal nations.
right.
It's like, no, like, especially nations that, I mean, most nations by definition are almost always colonial constructions. Most nations on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of this, you know, well, it's if you're gonna say Britain and then like Guinea and then say, or pardon me, not Guinea. I was gonna say Sierra Leone, I should say. It's like if you try to compare them, it's like one of them was the prime slave colony of Britain at one point,
Mm-hmm.
and then you have it being created as this kind of other colony, whatever. It's like to say that, well, they had the same starting point is a lie, right?
Yeah,
It's not
because
as though.
capitalism wealth was built on stealing resources from other countries.
Right. And that's exactly the way how, like, even the
And
great corporations, and I use great in
come,
in the sense of like large, not in
yeah,
the sense of
yeah,
like
not
good.
greatness.
But
uh,
is that they're all always known for like, oh, well, they used public, knowledge, and then took it and privatized it for themselves. And then, so it's like while the public subsidized, all of the research and everything that led to the development of X, well, they got essentially the patent for X1, and because of that, now they are making all of this profit off of something that, the people should be getting profit from, right? So to
yeah,
speak. And again, that goes back to this idea that's like when everything is about profit, then everything becomes about theft too. Because
yeah,
I mean, that's in essence what those actions require. I mean, that's the reason why, like right now, we're seeing, in essence, an inter-imperialist war in Ukraine, and the definitely tensions of an inter-imperialist sense between China and the United States, between their two imperialist spheres. And so I definitely think that that's something that needs to be taken into account with, why is it that when we talk about, like, why is it that when Bloomberg talks about China and it's saying, oh, it has this, the policies that it has and the trade, blah, blah, blah. It's like, these are exactly the type of things that imperialist countries have done in historically, in terms of I mean, even just looking at Germany, for example, in the lead up to the Second World War, is like, uh, shutting off trade to certain countries. And I mean, it's the same thing that's happening now, and it's just inter-imperialist conflict that most in its highest form is war, right?
yeah,
Because war is business by other means, so to speak. But also, um, it's just it's just that's the problem, and that's why I think, again, I don't want to go back just to go back, but it's like that's why I think these networks of solidarity are so much more important,
yeah.
because it's like,
Love and
because instead,
solidarity.
right, because it's like, okay, well, there have been, um there are people who cannot access things. There are people who have lost access for either due to the inter-imperialist wars or for whatever reason it might be, right? The refugees, et cetera, et cetera. And anything that people can do to help each other, that it, even though, we're all trying to survive under this same system, is preferable to all of us competing against one another and playing by the rules of the people who want us to be at each other's throats, right?
Yeah,
That's
those who, um, own most of the wealth.
right. And so that's why I'm saying, like, we might not have a lot individually, but together we have,
We have super strength. And this
Yes,
is what
exactly.
they want to do. This is big. This is exactly why they do the scapegoating. Why Jewish people become the group that suddenly is in control of everything. Why trans people suddenly become the group that wants to groom your children, quote unquote. It's a tool of control and to keep people, to have the victim to blame and to not fix any of the real ills of society.
Right, because of course it's like it's like instead of questioning, right, instead of actually looking at the system and saying, hey, look, there are all these horrible things. Instead, it's like,
Yeah,
oh,
you
let's quibble, like we're gonna have these debates about, one, people's existence, but two, and another thing is that that takes away from the fact that these people, that is to say trans people, are already suffering, and trying to argue whether or not they are suffering without listening to them is already a problem in and of itself. But
yeah.
two, another thing is that it just allows for more of that polarization that they want, that the capitalists need in order to, especially like cultural capital, right? In the sense of like the media, and sense of like, and then all these other things too. It's like capital likes to create multiple sides of struggles in these ways, like in terms of like these culture wars, but it
Oh yeah,
profits on
yeah,
all
yeah.
sides, right? In one sense, right? Like it doesn't matter. And in fact, there's actually a really good documentary by Prolic called Decay. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's rather long. It's like 2.5 hours, but it's really good.
What is it?
And it talks about the political economics of the lead up to, like, from World War I to like to Auschwitz. But it
Oh,
also talks about how like British colonialism, and how it also, right, like looking at them in context of one another,
like the
right? Like,
the the book I'm reading right now. It's connected to this. It's by a Polish author. Um, the ethnic and class cleansings of the 20th century. It has a big. It of course talks about the formation of the nation states. It talks about how the World War I was basically when the nation states were still sort of the nations were forming, and because of that, peoples that lived in certain countries suddenly became the outsiders to their own countries, became allies to nations that formed in different countries, and became enemies to the nations that they lived alongside. And so World War One, apart from the war that was happening, also was a time when millions of people were basically moved around Europe as parts of the newly formed nations.
I mean, like one good example is like the Crimean Tatars out of Crimea.
Yeah, and of course, the Armenian genocide was part of it.
Yeah, and right there you have two. I mean, Russia in its Tsarist form, and then the Ottoman Empire in its
That
imperialist
was
form.
the imperial. Of course, the Ottoman Empire was sort of like a bit of like a case of this multi-ethnical empire sort of breaking down under the creation of its individual nation states.
Right, and that's the reason why you have that othering of the Armenians, right, within the what is the Turkish nation state, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah, 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 yeah,
um,
yeah. Because it used to
so
be one Ottoman Empire, and just then it became the Turkish state, centered around the Muslim part of the empire.
right, and of course, and I mean, and then also there were like the population transfers with Greece,
Yes, yes. Oh, yeah.
right? So
Exactly. All of that is described within the book that I'm reading right now.
yeah, no, definitely sounds interesting. I actually have to get going, but I really love this conversation. I cannot wait for
Oh,
our
I
next
love it
one.
as well. It's like was an intense time. Very nice.
Yes,
Love it. I'm very
yes,
glad and happy that you could stay for this long because we've been talking for a while. You know,
yes, yeah, that's true.
like
That's true.
that's a thing that I will probably edit and upload. If you want to
Okay.
upload it on your end as well, like I will provide you with the material. Okay.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you so much. I'll see you later.
Yeah, thank you as well. And hugs and giggles, as they say, you know, in the professional realm.
Yes, of course. Hugs and giggles. Bye bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. Woof. And now we play the game, okay? Do we play the game? Do we continue play the game, Giggles? Come on. I will make the game louder. What do you say? Because we have to do some side content in the game. Okay? Come on! Okay, let's go. Let's do the game. Are you excited? Can you even hide it? Leave. I will drink Pepsi. Come on. Bad news, Gigglers. We were 301 subscribers, but for some reason we fell to 299 subscribers. 2 subscribers have left the pond. Sad, sad. I cannot believe. Come on. I cannot believe that 2 gigglers have left us, but it's okay. Let's go and destroy Odin. Are you ready for this? Oh yeah. Remember, if you want to help me, because I need help not to perish, okay? How do you say? Patreon. If you want to help me not perish, you know, I always welcome your contribution, okay? Patreon, come on! Yeah. Whoop! That's the wrong thing. Okay. Boom. It's here. Come on! Okay. Alright. What am I doing? Oh, I need to go to the castle. We will fight Odin. We will destroy Odin. Come on. Come on. We destroy. Look at this. Oop, not yet. Okay, we'll go destroy Bahamut. At least you listen to nice music. We are so close to finishing the game. And then we go Final Fantasy V. Yeah. No, it's not. It's okay. Your brain is not too small. Your brain is like, come on, if you know what I mean. Let's go. We do this to destroy. Come on. And we need to get and how you say? Oh, this is the wrong ship. We need to get to the moon, and we need to destroy Bahamut. No, not yet. We will need to do it. I really struggle with reading theory, other than short essays, short lessons. Yeah, it's true. No, you all have bigger brains than giggling. You know? Giggling! Wait, where's the moon vehicle? Ah, it's here. Okay, giggle. No? The moon! Let's go to the moon! Ma! I am ready. I'm ready to do this. Okay. It's true. I help you. I will help. I will try to expand my brain as well. It's true. Let's go. The biggest thing that will expand our brain will be defeating Bahamut. Bahamut brain. Cain! Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, we will play Final Fantasy V after this one, okay? It's true. Ninjutsu. You sort of have a job system here, but you cannot choose the jobs, you know? The jobs are fixed in this one. A very fixed composition of jobs. Bahamu! Destroyed! So we will get Bahamut, then we will get Odin, and then we go and beat the game, and then we can play Final Fantasy V. Are you excited? It sounds like a plan. Oh, I think we need to go here. I've been here before, but Bahamut did not accept me then. This time, I will destroy Bahamut, and Bahamut will accept me. Come on! Final Fantasy V is more difficult than Final Fantasy IV. You know, Final Fantasy 6 is an easy one. 7 was even easier. We will destroy Bahamut. Okay, I'm ready. We are almost ready. Come on! Yay, destroy you! Oh. Oh, Final Fantasy VIII. We will play it on stream, of course. The King of Summons has not acknowledged you. Please leave. What? What do you mean? What? Have I made a mistake? Okay, I think I... Woo! I've played Final Fantasy XIV. But we will play every one of them. But yeah, you should play Final Fantasy XIV with me. You should raid with me. Come on! Let's go, raid with me. Oh! Yeah, I remember. I did that as well. We all did it at some point. Final Fantasy VII. I think the Final Fantasy VII compilation is a mistake. I'm not a big fan, okay? Final Fantasy VII should have just remained original Final Fantasy VII. And that's it. Come on! Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what they say? They say that giggling makes you healthy. Okay, let's go. Let's go inside. Where's the King of Summons? Come on. What? I dropped a bottle. I main samurai. I'm very good. I will look it up. Ooh. Okay, let's go. Yeah, everything okay. I need to... Oh yeah, I can play Final Fantasy XIV out of order. Oh, okay. That can be a problem in Savage for sure. You know? In Savage, you have to take, you need to pay attention to the mechanics. Come on! Let's go. I made a mistake. But I will fix my mistake. Come on! Let's go. I fixed my mistake now. Oh, that's the bad thing. Not here. Here. There we go. Come on! I destroy you! You get all the best summons now. Yeah, Gigas, better than mechanics. Mechanics are for cars. This is like the meme, right? The good old meme of Final Fantasy XIV. Woo! I need to beat Celeste. I need to do Celeste Giglets. Come on, it's my duty. Alright. Let's go. We're gonna get Leviathan. Leviathan, Leviathan. Demo! This game has such good music. Listen to the music. There we go. Now we can really hear the music, right? Ta-ta! Come on! Asura! Come on! Asura, let's see. What the heck? That's unlucky. Cain! Sama! Asura! Asura not very good. Kuraha! Okay, let's go. Okay, we go here. No, this is the wrong place. We go here. Boom. Come on. Okay. Where's the library? Where is it? Let me see the library. Here! Okay, let's go. Did you test your spirit against me? Yes. Come on! I destroy you! Come on! Raha! Raha! Let's go. Raha! I destroy you! I have to move myself a bit lower so you can see the characters actually. There you go. Kunnaga? Kuraha! Okay. Jump. Destroyed! Come on! Ah, wee wee wee! I knew it. Indeed, your spirit is righteous. I, Leviathan, King of Sumo, shall serve you. Come on. Let's do this. Okay. I knew it from the start. I knew this would happen. I destroy you. And now you are my servant forever. Okay, let's do this. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Ma, I destroy. This is what happens when you mess with the giggler. The giggler is a champion of the universe. Let's see here. Come on. Now we get yeah. Now we go get the true. Now we go get the Odin. Destroy you, Odin. I will destroy you. We rest in a cottage, and then we go and destroy Odin. Come on. There. Destroy! So you have returned. Your Majesty, I do not need your pity. Although I have been slain, I have been given eternal power. The summoner that follows you will be able to call upon me whenever my help is required. Call on my sword and it will be yours. However, you must earn my respect by proving your strength and courage. Let us begin the battle. I destroy you! I destroy you. Come out, come out, come out. What the heck? Come on! Destroyed! Ah, wee wee wee! You have grown strong. Now you must use the strength to protect Baron and the world. I shall fight along with you as Odin. Thank you, Your Majesty. Come on. I always expected, I always knew that this would happen. This was written in the legends. Okay. Now we go to the city, we sleep, and then we go get Bahamut. And then we destroy the game. Does that sound like a plan? If it does, then you are real gigglers. Come on. Let's destroy. Ooh. Come on. We sleep in one bed to save the space. We do not have time for this. Oh. Okay, now we save game, and now we'll go to the moon. Come on, and destroy. Lunar well. We make the music even more epic. Let's go. Loud epic music. Well, let's go. Come on. The moon. Yoink! Oh, dang! Zanketskin! Woohoo! You useless bastard! Come on! Well, we know what it is useless. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I'm always giggling. Come on. In order to turn into the ducky, you need to giggle. I always giggle. Oh. Come on. Now we get Bahamut. The best salmon. Cecile! Okay. Alright. Ba-boom, boom, ba-ba-boom. Ba-boom. We are almost at Bahamut. And then we will win. Ma, 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 boom, 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 boom. Ooh. I have the Excalibur. There we go. Destroyed? Robo! Robo destroyed. You may have won the fight on over, but that proves nothing. I, Bahamut, god of summons, shall deliver the final judgment. I destroy you! You pervert! Hurrah! Oh no! Come on! Come on! Oh no! Come on! Hmm. This is like not good. Come on! Hmm. Oh no! I messed up! I messed up. This is difficult. Hmm. I'm not strong enough. Let's teleport for now. And go to the last dungeon. Come on. I must get more experience. Yeah, I have to get more power or something. I don't know. Let's go to the Okay, let's go. Let's go, come on. Hmm. Let's go. Ooh. It missed some. I can't believe. I cannot believe. It missed. Mm-hmm. Stardust. A very SNES. Let's go. MP restore. HP restore. Come on. Moon car. Come on. God of the moon. Okay, you can exit. Some more? Yeah, that's good weapons. I destroy you! Uh-oh, what is that? Of course. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I will go to the toilet real quick. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I will go to the toilet. Come on. Be right back. I have returned from the toilet. Come on! Ooh. Okay, we're ready. Equip. 72. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. We are winning! We! Come on! Pa? What? Hurrah! Will Cecile get Kuraga? I wonder. Boom, 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 boom. True. Huh. Yum. Self-destruct. I see. No! Come on! Hello, Connor. You missed an amazing conversation today, Giggler. Okay, let me destroy. Raha! Look at this. Dragon Shield! Okay, let's see what we can do here. Come on! Ooh. Let's go here. Oh, we were discussing solidarity. And we were discussing what we have to do. We were discussing culture. We were discussing so many things. Like we had a discussion together with Shakespeare and Obsessive Forge. Brinda can tell you that it was like a giggly thing. Giggliest conversation of them all. It's true. It was like boom, boom, boom. It's like, come on. You know? We had so many people in the audience. Yeah. It was like the best convo ever. I believe Oh. Okay, okay. Ooh, okay, I knew it. Dragon Helm! Oh. Dragon Mel? Dragon Glove. Hello, Giggler. We are playing on Final Fantasy IV. Jam? Look, look! Come on! Blah, blah, blah. Obsessive Forge. Connor wants to know what we discussed. It's true. We have discussed so much. So the recap is I got... we continued to talk for a bit and then Shakespeare had to go. And then I went and I kicked Leviathan's butt, okay? And then I went and I kicked Odin's butt. And then I went and Bahamut kicked my butt. And now I'm in the last dungeon. Come on! Huh? For life. And this is where we're at. We talked about the need of solidarity some more. Like, it's like a really big thing. I will definitely edit this into like a thing that we will put out as like as its own segment, you know? Does that make sense? We'll definitely use this as a video. We have so many good. I think we will be able to use this for many nice shorts as well. What do you think? Ooh! That's... wow. But yeah, what do you think? What do you think? Elixir. Wow. It's true. Yeah. And we gave an introduction to our good friend. It is. We will do it. And it happened over my favorite Final Fantasy game. Come on. True. True. The project that I have first heard of on the RGR server still, you know? Wow. It's like a lifetime ago. Some of the things feel like a lifetime ago. The whole RGR server thing. Come on! Let's go. Yeah. Although, lovely conversation about Holocaust, you know, about genocide sounds a bit strange to say. But it's okay, we know what we mean. Leviathan! Destroyed! We destroy! Yeah. Explosion! Oh! Gosh darn. We jump. Boing. Come on. Monsters! Behemoth! I destroy you! Raha! Raha! Yeah, Shakespeare is really nice. Like, really glad that it happened the way it did, you know? Like, I was talking to President Sunday And then President Sunday said the next person wants to come on, but feel free to stay, if you want. And I stayed, and then we started talking, and really nice. Yeah. I'm just wild. Stardust Rod? Amma? Oh. Yeah, I'm just wild. True. But I think they've just started because they did they had Twitch. Yeah, it is. Oh? Yeah. And Mirdian joined the RGR server and told us about Chaotic Puppy then. I really want to, because it feels like Liz became a bit disillusioned, but I would like to get Liz on board with our projects, Do you think it's possible? Come on! Your timing is perfect, Brina. Come on! You're like a real giggler. Good question. Good question. Raha! Like she really felt, we really thought she was different back then, okay? Like we really all thought RGR was different. Like you really don't realize how many talented and hardworking people worked on RGR server and streams behind the scenes. Like, it's incredible. Like, there was an editor that was really good. There was like so many things. Well, I'm not sure if even Dylan Burns sticks by her now. Like, that was a long time ago. Yeah. Like, you don't realize that RGR's community had the reputation of being one of the best, Calvin. What happened to Calvin Gara? Like, what happened to Calvin Gara at the end? Is Calvin Gara even like active in any capacity anymore? Monsters! Raha! I don't know, I don't think... Was Calvin before the transpacifics with DM and discussing stuff? Yeah, that was before. It was before. Ah, yeah. Calvin Gara thing was long before the Demon Mama Doe thing. Yeah, he took those videos down and then he put them back up. Damn. Crystal Mail. So like Calvin Gara does not do content anymore, no? I am genuine. Come on! Oh. I am the most genuine ducky! Come on! I am the most genuine duck! True. That was back when I did not speak yet. Like, that was back when I didn't even speak. I started speaking a lot later. Monsters! Did you know I did not speak back then? Berserk. Yeah, it's true. Come on. I was like a silent ducky. Yeah, I used to never speak. A lot of my first streams were like silent streams, you know? It's true. And we are going to refine the things that we do, you know? We're just getting started. Although I'm a bit sad that we've lost 2 gigglers, okay? Let me see. We are now at ooh. Let me see. Oh, that's strange. I'm a proud giggler now. Just please don't try to rehab Calvin or GR. I don't think you can just rehab someone. I think they need to. I don't think you can just rehab someone. I think they need to want to change on their own. If that makes sense, you know. I don't think someone can be made to change. I think they need to do it on their own, and not because it's better clout. You know? Like, changing can't be a PR move. It has to be a genuine change. Like, especially that Kavingara, I heard, like, bullied people, you know? Literally, like, bullied small channels, like mine right now, you know? Like, I'm a small channel, all things considered. I'm a small duck. At least for now. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You should want to change on your own, not just for clout and... Yeah, they don't have to go in the bin, but they really have to do the work and would need to find another spaces people wouldn't be able to trust them. Yeah, he did. He laughed at people for being non-binary. And he called people false, fake trans people. This is so weird. Like, in retrospect, now I understand a bit more why RGR was sympathetic to Kavingara's positions, okay? It makes so much sense now, considering her anti-self-ID takes, you know? It makes so much more sense now. Come on! Well, stairs. Like, for example, yeah, so strange. Yeah, true. What are the projects that you are all working on? What are the projects? Telling me! Come on. Tell me your projects. Tell me your dreams. I have a dream of being a ducky. Come on. But I am already a ducky. For me, just working on therapy and getting through each day with my depression and CPTSD, where they are at as well as caring for my partner who is also my carer. Ooh, nice! This is a nice thing to celebrate. I actually must start my HRT as well, but I finding myself in lacking the money. You know? It is sad. Come on! True. We will do this! Woo, history! Nice! It's true. I will tell you one thing. There is a person I know, like, transphobia in Poland is like very deadly, you know? I know a person who is a trans woman in Poland. She has 3 degrees in things that will guarantee you a job, okay? She is very well educated. She has degrees in 3 things that should guarantee you a job, but she lives in a shack and it cannot find a job. And I think it's not a mystery as to why she cannot get a job. Okay? Like, true! That's why I will put on the work. I am a historian without a degree, but I consider my historical know-how to be pretty good. Yeah. Like, yeah, I have a degree in Polish planning. So I must act according to my education and Polish plain to everyone, okay? Especially I must explain what it means to be British. It's my destiny. It's my destiny! Come on! I must do this. I must do this for the sake of the British people, okay? I must explain to them what makes a British person. Burger! Come on, I want a burger. Yeah, it's true. The power of pulse planning. Come on! Hurrah! It's true. It's true. If conservatives have their way, then schools will be really not safe for trans people. I know! Like, that person that came into the chat and started arguing, like, about the oppression of British people. Like, what the hell? The oppression, the most oppressed class, the British. You know? Like, I cannot believe this. He said that Shark wants to make British people illegal. Like, come on, Giggler. Get over yourself. If you think British people are the most oppressed people, then you should get over yourself, okay? Well, gamers first and British second, apparently. Like, apparently, the most marginalized groups are in this order. Gamers and then British. Gosh. My gosh. Yes. Little murderer! It's the little murderer! Oh my gosh. It's true. It's the ultimate intersection. British and... Like, it's the ultimate intersection, literally. Yeah, little murderer. Little murderer. My gosh. Let's go. Who? Be sacred first, we shall protect the ribbons. Raha! True. They can heal themselves, the bastards. Raha! What? What? Trans-Korean? What? Can you explain? What? What happened? No! I destroy you! What the heck? No! Yes! Mama! What? Royal London? That's such a... what? I try to become a Korean? There is an easier way to become Korean, you know? You go to Korea, you live 15 years in Korea, and then you get like a Korean nationality or something. Boom, 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 there you go. Lucy's secret of becoming Korean. Expired. Hello, Daniel. Ribbon, ribbon. Come on. Nice. Oh. What's here? Oh. I destroy! Destroyed! Well, I mean, Korean is not a race, so, you know, Korean is not a race to begin with, right? Holy Laos! Come on! Let's go. We have the Holy Lance. We must go back and defeat Bahamut. Yeah, actually. Destroyed. There. Although race is like a race is at the end of the day a pretty social construct, you know. And it's not really a thing that is accepted in science. Race the way we perceive it, like currently. Ooh, holy. Yeah. Chariot once raided me on Twitch. Who? Oh, you mean the London person that wanted to become Korean? Raha! Yeah, I saw the chariot. Yeah. I never heard the gender role thing as experience coming from sex back in the day, but we've moved so far from it now. Yeah. Come on! We teleport. Potage. Come on! Oh yeah, if you want to remember that that even $1 is like a huge sum to me, so I will like link, okay? Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Oof. We'll try to explore some more of the dungeon. Hey, Peter Star. Empire Star. And let's go. Oh. No, it shouldn't, because I'm not monetized yet. You cannot tip me because you know. No, it shouldn't. I don't have it set up. Wait, there's a Streamlabs tip page? There's a... Oh. There's a Streamline... There's a Streamlabs tip link on my thing. Wait, really? I didn't know. Interesting. It's best to become a Patreon or to give me a coffee. I will have to set it up. I will need to look into it. I didn't know. Interesting. I did not know. Come on! Huh. Come on. I did not know this. Say your stuff. Ooh. Come on. Get the best weapon. Ooh. Woo! Donald Duck. Yeah. To the seeker of this blade I bring death. I destroy you! Trying to slow me down. Ooh. Come on! Oh! Interesting. Donald Duck. Come on. I will do it. I destroy. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Oh. Okay, let me see. What does this lead to? Holy was a single spell. Oof. Tornado! Alright. Graha. Leviathan? Jump? Oh, I need to take my... Uh-oh. Yeah, I know. I remember. It's like the best thing, right? We will do it. We will do it together like a family. I believe! Come on! Yeah. They are perverts. Trains are perverts. Come on! The perverts of our age. Come on! Alright. Oh. Oh. Monsters! Tsunami? Mm-hmm. Raha! What's this for? Oh. Okay. I was like, who is this for? And then I had my answer. Oh yeah. Don't worry, we will finish them all on stream. Come on! But you must watch the streams in order to boom boom boom. The Final Fantasy streams. Yeah! We had the big brain stuff, now we have the gaming stuff. It's true. Huh? What? What do I do? What? Bye down. Come on. No, no, Cecile! Cecile? I forbid you to die. Hurrah! Yeah, braining and gaming. Come on! Does Lucy have a big brain? Dark Sage. Dark Sage. Oh. My brain! It's true. My brain is only suppressed by my bird brain skull. Come on! Okay, let's do this. Ooh. Come on. Let me see. Is a crab? What about a ducky? No ducky? Come on. Self-destruct, you coward. Come on. Come on. Okay, Gigglers, we have time. Gigglers, it's time. Come on. All right. Come on. All right, all right. Let's try to get the sword. Chica, 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 chica. Come on. Escaped. Escaped. Come on. I hug you. Raha. True. And we will do collaborations. Collab. Giggling. Come on. Oh. I did not realize this was an option. Got that scream, Giggling? Come on. Come on. Oh. Come on. Video game. Come on. Okay. We must get the sword. Uh-oh. Raha. Come on. Alright. It is empty. It is epic. Oof. Little murderer! Come on! I kill you! Hey, I might go to sleep soon. Good night, Arcael. Come on. It's like it's 2 a.m. for me. Did you know? I might go to sleep soon. Come on. Arcael, come on. Do you understand how I feel? Do you understand my emotions? Do you understand me? Do you understand how I feel about these things? Come on. We must escape. Arcael. Come on. Ooh. I understand now. I understand the level. Come on. Oh no! I cannot believe anti-Edudu peoples. Traitors. Hmm. How do I get here? This is a problem, Gigglers. Okay, I will teleport. I will go to sleep then. I have been betrayed! Draaieter. Teleport! Come on! It is true. I will go to sleep because it's 2 a.m. And as they say, I have been streaming for 5 hours. So, good night. Thank you for coming. Thank you for sticking with me for 5 hours. Here's hoping that we will return to being 300 subscribers, okay? Because we have lost 2 subscribers and we are now 299. Okay? So I will now finish stream. Come on. And good night, okay? Good night, Gigglers. Good night. Come on. Do you promise? Good night. Bye, 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 bye. Yeah, yeah. Good night. Come on.